Good
did
thing
this
to
before we
fix,
started, yeah.
right?
We'll spend the first
And
5
Ken
minutes
needs a second anyways,
ironing
so
out.
it's all good.
Yeah.
Alright, perfect. It's now picking up noise.
I logged in and I was like, why are there 8 lightning breaths from Elzrin rolled? I can't. Why did I do? Oh, right, because I was working on that code stuff for Chekhov in our Pokemon game and how to get it to like. I figured out a way to make you know how like when a spell drops its spell information in the chat window and it
Yeah.
like says it deals X amount of damage. You can put the rolls in that blurb and have it just do the rolls live for you right there.
Really?
So yeah, that's what we've been doing with our Pokemon game. Since everything's homebrew, we're just like we just coded that one in. But then Chekhov, when they were going over some of the other Pokemon stuff, was like, can we pull in like their strength attributes or like their proficiency bonus? And so I came into Tyranny and was sitting here fucking around with a dragon breath because it has the same. Here, yeah, let me just. I'll pull up Elzrin's. I'll roll one live so you guys can see it.
Oh, good. Only 100.
It's only 100, but if you mouse over it, you could see that it's actually 91 because you don't add a dragon's strength modifier to their breath.
Great.
I was
But
questioning that
Easy.
+9. I was just like, where is that coming from?
yeah, that's what I was fiddling with, was adding that into the stat block to make it roll and add the damage automatically, so that we don't have to do as much math.
So, note to self, don't get hit by that because that was more HP than I have at max.
That is just a standard ancient blue dragon's breath.
Yeah.
Elzrin's
get hit
beyond
by
that at the
anything.
moment. Yeah,
Because I've only got 84
I
hit
failed.
points.
I know.
I'm dead.
Nice.
Oh no.
I
Oh,
don't think
no.
I could, even if I roll a 20, I can't beat that because I've only got a 1 in dexterity save.
I know, me too.
If
Hell
Aureus
yeah.
were there and a paladin, he could get that up high enough for you.
Just if we rolled natural 20s.
Hey.
I got my first update from Noro.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
It's really like prototype looking, obviously, but
Mhm.
Like prototype.
No, look at him.
Hell yeah. I love the poses.
Right?
Him going through a book and looks confused.
I don't see confusion. I see like that kind of like passive dedication of someone who's just reading, but is anyone else would be like, "Are you okay? You look bored." And you'd be like, "Huh? What? No, I'm great."
No, they wouldn't
But you're
reply on the
just
first
so
time.
engrossed. Yeah, right.
The bottom
Hello.
one, Rose said something and pissed Ken off. Or did
It's
something.
like, the fuck did you just do?
Just god damn it.
I've never practiced with facial expressions. I really should.
They're hard.
They really are.
All right, well, let's see. While Ken gets his computer up and running, I can go through our recap of last game as I... Oh, look at that. We picked up last game a few weeks ago at the entrance to what appeared to be like a underground tunnel beneath a large statue that you all had found deep within a cave. The second cave you checked in your journey to find the pathway through the spine of the world into the Underdark, and then further to the Dale Lands beyond. You carefully made your way through the underground passageway, going deeper and deeper, walking for it seemed like forever, and it went on for miles before Nicholas had opted to send out his companion Todd on a bit of a scouting venture ahead to just sort of figure out if any dangers lurked ahead. Todd found a pool of water and crossed the pool, and then continued on. And you guys pretty much just trailed behind Todd, giving him enough distance to warn you of anything that might come up, if those things had been interested in a wizard's familiar. Unfortunately, the aboleth that you stumbled upon was not interested in a wizard's familiar, and paid no mind to Todd as he swam through the pool. He did, however, really want you guys to join him for dinner, and by that, he wanted you to join him and be dinner.
It sounded like a great idea.
An enslavement of Mia, and some insightful moments from the rest of the party, leading them to know something was up, led to a wall of force which separated the rest of you from the aboleth. However, the vortex warp that sent Nicholas and... was it Nicholas? No, it's Oni and
Yeah,
Aerith.
Nicholas. No,
No, it
Nicholas
was
and
me.
Aerith. 'Cause I
Nicholas
picked
and
the
Aerith.
two lowest con people.
That's what it was. Sending the two of them onto a small island of like a stalagmite in the middle of this pool of water on the opposite side of the wall of force, and therefore stymieing your plan to quickly teleport away. You guys continued to fight off the aboleth and its spawn, which now joined the battle, seeking the snack that the aboleth wanted, managing to group back up. Nicholas checked with Todd to make sure that Todd was in a safe place, and you all teleported yourselves out of that battle, getting the fuck out of there before the aboleth could do any more damage. Fortunately, you overshot your target just a little bit, and during the battle with the aboleth, Oni had been struck by one of the strange suckery tentacles. Arriving in a dark, dome-shaped cavern, you felt the ground start to rumble beneath your feet, and as Oni lifted himself into the air, the rest of you saw this and used your own individual means of flying to pick yourself up off the ground, and therefore stop revealing your presence to the creatures that lurked below with tremor sense. However, you did then have to deal with the immediate problem, which was Oni turning into a fish person. The aberration's corruptive poison shifting him into this strange spawn-like creature. You attempted to heal him, it took no effect, and it began to debate possible ways to purge this corruption from him. Aerith opted to try using some of his cantrip magics, but in the end, it turned out that Ken's sword proved strong enough to burn away the aberrative magic that was converting Oni. It hurt like hell and burned kind of a crosshatch of blade marks across Oni's lower spine, but the disease was purged, and you all were then left to continue trying to find your way into the Underdark. You explored the small cavern you were in, finding these weird kind of purplish egg sacs and these 10-foot diameter tunnels stretching off in numerous directions all through this chamber. You had also found a kind of chasm that seemed to go further and further down into the depths of the planet itself, and could feel kind of a breeze, a movement of air coming up through it, so you knew that it wasn't just a dead end. As you drifted closer and closer, you got a little bit too close to the ground, and with a scraping or a sound of... What did I miss?
Mhm.
I just see you typing.
Oh, I was just... there was also an egg of something that we took with, and I don't remember what it was. But I made Ken put an egg in...
The rock snake.
Yeah, that was a
The
while
weird
ago.
Oh,
creepy
okay.
rock
That was a while
snake.
ago. Okay.
Mhm.
I was like,
Yeah,
was
that
that you said something about eggs, and I was like,
It wasn't that egg,
eggs.
no.
Okay.
These were much bigger, and they were kind of like in a large cluster sack in various places clustered around this room. Unfortunately, as you guys made for the continuation of your travels, the purple worms that lurked below finally had a bead on whatever was invading their nest and struck out at Nicholas, nearly knocking him unconscious in a single blow. The party
Poor man.
sprung to action in attempting to keep him safe, and I believe Aerith was the first to be devoured, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you were the first one to be devoured, and as the party as you all attempted to get everyone together, protect everybody, and deal with the threat that was bearing down upon you, a second purple worm came out from the direction you were heading in and kind of pincer attacked you guys in these two directions, leaving you with very little direction to go in. A polymorph spell of the first purple worm ejected Aerith from the mouth of a chicken as the worm was turned into a chicken. The second worm ate
Me.
Mia? Yes,
Yep.
Mia. Who
That's
then
great.
turned the worm invisible to see through it
Yep.
in order to teleport through it, correct?
Yep, because I needed
Okay.
line of sight.
You need a line of sight. And as you teleported out of it, losing the invisibility because you had cast a spell, the worm kind of flickered out of existence momentarily. Mia appeared, Oni picked up the chicken, and in a Kobe shot, dunked it into the mouth of the other purple worm. As the acidic damage within the purple worm's stomach took effect, the chicken lost its chicken form, and you made two purple worms really angry. In that moment, though, everyone was finally together. Mia gathered everyone together. You joined hands, and as she reached into her pocket to grab the only thing she had from another plane of existence, the shard of metal left to her by Takashi after he had returned to Acheron. You ran from your second battle in that session, which was impressive because I've not gotten you guys to run from a single fight in this entire game. You ran from two in that fight. In that game. That was
We're all
unexpected.
squishy
The purple
now.
worm one. The purple worm one was definitely worth running from, but I still think we had the aboleth. I think we had that motherfucker dead to rights.
And the thing is, like, the aboleth, he's the one who's going to hold a grudge. He's smart enough to hold a
See,
grudge.
And that's the thing is that it's probably a good idea that we didn't kill him because they don't die and then they just come back angrier.
Either way, you clutched the shard of metal in your hand, cast the plane shift spell from your staff, and as the world cracked and shattered around you and then rebuilt itself, you found yourself in a beautiful late afternoon park. It is about 75 degrees out, comfortable. There's a light breeze in the air. Around you is a smattering of trees of pinks and greens. There's a shrine about 20 feet to the north of you that has like a stone pedestal in the middle of it, and it's kind of like built into a what would they call it? It's like a pagoda. Kind of built into the center of this 5-foot wide stream that just is lightly trickling to the north of you. And as you all appear in this area, in this space, and kind of smack into the ground a little bit above it, you catch your breath and look around. The sunlight is blinding. You've all been relying on dark vision and your goggles of night for the better part of the day, and even though it's late afternoon, it is blinding out. And just so you guys can have some narrative, because I want to show you this map I found of the park.
It's so pretty. This is my new home, guys. Alright, have a nice adventure.
And this is where I live now.
This is where I live now.
In the distance, about half a mile in every direction from where you are, you can see these weird tall structures. They have to be 30 or 40 feet wide at the narrowest, some of them 100 feet wide, and stretching 200 or 300 feet tall, some even taller than that seem to scrape the sky itself in a perimeter. Hey guys, defining a modern city to fantasy characters is a lot of fun. It's
How did they
essentially,
even stack this many buildings on top of each other?
they're all perfectly straight in line. Like some of
Oh,
them like taper
no.
in a bit, but they're all like, in my mind, it's kind of like 1930s New York. It's
Oh,
that kind
boy.
of rough structure. Like everything's very rigid, and or maybe like 80s New York. It's a lot more metal and steel than brick, but everything's very angular is the word. In the
Yeah.
Why is
distance.
everything so shiny?
where you are is beautiful and serene and quiet. There's the chirping of birds in trees around you, but there's not a single soul of another person.
Where are we?
I did it. It worked. It worked.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah. But we're not dead
Not yet, anyway.
Yeah.
or eaten.
What worked? What did you do this? Where are we?
Oh, yes. So I figured, well, okay, I figured that that was bad and we were getting eaten and maybe we wanted to be somewhere else just for a minute, so that we didn't die. So I might have brought us somewhere else. And I can bring us right back. We can go back, but I would really like to not go back quite yet because I hurt a lot in many different ways.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a
Um,
brief bit
but
of respite before we go charging back into the lion's den. Personally,
yes,
my back is. I'm a pretty tough guy, I like to think, but my back is killing me right now.
but we're um this is where I left Takashi, I think.
This was exactly where you left him.
Yep. She kind of like looks around. She's like, it looks familiar.
Aerith, can you roll me a nature check?
We're in another plane.
Yes. I did shift us to another plane.
And you look up and you see a very foreign sight. There's two moons hang in the air, kind of gently offset from each other.
Well,
The moons are pretty. Moons as in plural.
definitely a better sight than the Astral Sea, that's for sure. Wait. Same plane as Takashi.
Yes, this is where he wanted to go, I think. Or at least where we ended up when he asked me to bring him home.
Someone contact Takashi. Maybe we can find somewhere to crash tonight.
I have spell slots. I will send a message. Essentially,
What is
I'm
your message?
asking, or saying that we're here on your plane. We almost died.
Guess what, boo? We here.
We need a place to crash if available.
You have about 5 couches we can crash into tonight.
Let me see.
No, four couches and a love seat for Nicholas.
Nicholas. Oh, okay.
3 if we really squish.
Let's see. All right. You get the response back, basically to the extent of, "You're here. Where's here? Place to crash. I'm not in the city. Where are you? I'll send Koro," is essentially what he's get to.
I will use my last third level spell slot, which is the last of my high level spells. And reply back, we are in a garden of trees, green and pink, with a river / pond. I forgot the proper name. Gazebo.
Here?
Gazebo. Yeah. Okay. All right. He'll reply. Okay. You're in Memorial Park. Stay where you are. She'll be there soon.
Soon.
There's a bit of a question at the end of it, but
So we're in a park. So I guess we're safe. I'm gonna take off the kids.
It's called Memorial Park. I wonder what it's memoriam for.
With your
Well,
hut
I'm gonna
too,
take out the
Aerith.
kid.
You kind of like run your finger along the cobblestone path here. Um, let's see, with an 8. Huh.
You can't change it.
Yeah. Okay, so that's proficiency. So you have proficiency in nature. You just rolled
No,
pretty
I
poorly.
don't.
You don't?
No. A 6 is my
Oh, that's just your
yeah,
intelligence.
that's
Okay.
just my intelligence.
Ah, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I mean it seems like dirt. Honestly, it seems like earth. The trees are pretty. None of them are particularly big, like tall. The gazebo in the center is probably the tallest structure at about 15, 20 feet. The rest of the trees all seem pretty short. Um, uh, but yeah, with a 6. Let me see. I'm gonna give you guys all Nicholas so that you guys can Jaeger
the,
Nicholas.
the gazebo that Mia immediately goes and wanders into.
Okay. In the center of it is kind of like a pedestal with a plaque on it, and then the outer edge of the gazebo is just seats that all kind of sit in a circle around the entire perimeter, with the only break being where you come in. And then the outer side of the gazebo is all open, so you can kind of see out in all the directions.
What does it say?
It has a list of names on it. Roll me a perception check.
Perception.
Okay. As you start like looking over the list of names, they're kind of in like 6 long columns, and you find one name that is familiar to you, Takashi. Actually,
Hey, look.
they're yeah.
Takashi is right here. She'll point to it as
Uh,
Ken walks up next to her.
At the top is a like I'm trying to think of the right phrasing for it, but it essentially is a in memoriam of the valiant agents who lost their lives, disaster, or in the destruction Bureau of Interplanar Defense.
She didn't read that part.
No, you
She
saw the
just
list of
looked at
names.
the name.
And then there's like an insignia in the middle that looks like it has kind of looks like the Omega symbol in the middle, and then on the outer edge is kind of like a spiked gear, almost like a compass rose, where it's going out in the different points. Um,
Oh, great.
wait, if it's saying
I
for
remember.
those who died, why is Takashi's name on here?
When the inciting action happened that drove the spike into his brain, you remember? It was pretty clear that it was pretty traumatic, and I assume they probably thought he died in that event.
Hmm.
Because he was just, uprooted and tossed into another plane of existence at that point.
Good
You know.
point.
As you do.
Oni calmly says as he's just sat and leaned against this tree to catch his breath.
Yep. Right. It takes about an hour. So you guys can take a short rest while you wait for Koro here. Is there anything else you wanted to do while you're waiting? Anything else you wanted to investigate, look at?
14.
Mia's just reading random names out loud
Okay.
because they sound funny.
Yes. They're a weird mix of a lot of different roots that you. Let's see. How would Mia find them interesting? The most interesting part about them is that, like you, these people only seem to have one name. When everyone else has kind of introduced themselves, they've introduced themselves by a name, but then there's always something else that comes later. Ken is Ken Silverlight.
More
I
names.
guess, yeah. Aerith Zatara, Nicholas Flamel, and Oni Rue. They all have a surname, But these people don't appear to have one. They're all just single names in these straight columns.
Well, let's see. Well, a little different than what we're used to, but hey, knowledge is always a great thing to accumulate. So why not learn as much as we can before we head back?
Can we go look at the weird metal building things? I want to look at them.
Maybe until
We
the
should
person Takashi told us to wait for gets
Oh,
here.
yeah, let's wait for our guide to get back, and maybe we can talk them into giving us a quick tour.
Okay. She just kind of wanders over and like lays down on the floor to stick her hand in the river then.
Trail your hand through the river, and a few small fish come up and investigate before swimming away. Rest of you make yourselves comfortable, bandage your wounds, heal up as best you can. You do see another pair of people walk by wearing strange kind of you would probably think of them as impractical clothing. It's like it's
what
just a
you
suit
wear.
and tie. It's like business wear, business attire. But it's
Yeah.
very foreign. You've seen noblemen wearing similar things, but nothing as sleek or as slim fitting or having the same kind of shimmer. And you kind of like watch them go by and they just talk to each other and they look over at you and they give you just sort of like a raised eyebrow before returning to their conversation.
I give a wave.
They wave back, kind of more curious because you probably stand out more to them than they do to you, but is there a LARP going on today? I'm not sure. Don't ask me those things. What were you saying, Ken?
I was about to say, is this a more high-end area of the population? I see they're wearing like things similar to the nobles back home wears.
I rolled a 1 on 2d6 for Nicholas.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That poor
I'm
boy
trying
with
to
his
get
hit dice. Yeah.
Oh,
I
because
might
you have
give
a
him
minus
I might give him a
2.
little help. I might have to give
Right.
him a little help and help that boy out a little
I
bit.
mean, it's fine. But
Yeah.
I'm just like, how did I roll a 1 on 2d6 when I rolled hit dice for him?
As you ask the question, Oni, you hear it first. Very, very faint, very quiet footsteps coming from the path to the south of you. Kind of peer over your shoulder, and you look, and you see a young woman, maybe mid 30s. It's hard to tell. Walking down the street, the path towards the gazebo. She seems to have her eyes like kind of trained on it and is looking at the gazebo. Doesn't seem to have noticed you.
I try to catch a fish.
Roll me a dexterity check. Oh, you
I
did.
did.
Okay. As you
I'm
snap
hoping
in,
you would fail and fall in.
Right?
I was like, I'm gonna give the fish advantage because the fish is in water, so it should have advantage. I rolled a 2 and then a natural 1. So dice have spoken. As you look over your shoulder and see this young woman approaching Oni, she looks past you and sees as Mia kind of like lunges her arm out and reaches into the stream and grabs one of the little koi fish out and kind of grabs it up out of the air, and she kind of the
Got it.
woman. No, that's those are public. Please,
Mia, put it back.
I got a fish.
Yeah,
Put it
What?
back.
yeah.
oh no. Okay.
Fish live in water, Mia. You can't just do that.
Oh, but it's pretty.
She looks
You're
I
at
know
killing
Helm.
it.
it
You're
is.
suffocating it. It's going to die in your arms.
Yes,
Oh,
yes, and
okay, hold on.
and
Oh.
it belongs to everyone. If just please return it. Let's return it to its home.
Okay.
Thank you. Hello. Uh, you must be the Wanderers of Starlight. Uh, kind of like gives you all a faint wave, a slight bow. My name is Koro. Dad said that you were looking for somewhere to rest.
Dad. Wait, you're Takashi's daughter?
Kind of like he didn't tell you about me. I
Yeah, but I, the way whenever he got his memories back and the way he described you, he described it in a way that seemed younger.
yes. Uh, Does Oni chuckle?
I mean, no
Yeah,
disrespect.
on his heaven as he says.
Oh, he did say that there would be 5 of you. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Oh, yes. I was much younger when. Well, let's sit down. I'll answer all your questions. This is as good a place as any. Oni, can you make me a? All right, I'm gonna do this. Everyone can either give me a perception check or rely upon your passive perception as I head into the scene.
I
Perception roll
rely on my
go.
passive perception, which is a 17.
Okay, 17. Okay.
Oh well, shit. I got a 16 in my pack.
What do you think, Oni?
I'll just roll. One higher than my passive. Let's go.
Okay, good. Let's see. Anything correct? Okay.
He will make his way over here though. Now that information is probably going to be explained.
Put Nicholas in there too. He can plop up on the seat next to you, Oni. Right. Information is always good. So, right. Alright, so, you know... Oh, gods. Oh, actually, hold on. I'm going to retcon that. Oh, Helm. Because you would actually just say Helm. What do you know of what happened to Dad, to Takashi? How he ended up in your world?
There was a
Not a whole lot.
yeah. He remembers having a big fight with someone. And there was some damage to a teleporter. Big explosion, and he ended up in Fae room with a piece of metal stuck in his head.
Okay. Yes.
This
That
one right
is
here. Just holds up the shard of metal.
interesting. Okay. So, yes. Father worked for an organization we called the Bureau of Interplanar Defense. It was forged in the aftermath of the... Well, there wasn't really a name for the wars. She kind of like stops and sits down and kind of puts her hands together and wrings them. It's hard to describe the entire history of a world in an afternoon.
Fair.
Our world was at war constantly. We were always fighting each other over resources, over land, over one thing or another, and it was driving us to extinction. Being so closely related, plainly speaking, to both Mechanus and Avernus, I think is the other one that's nearby. This is Cade trying to remember where the planar alignments are, because I know one's lawful evil and one's lawful neutral. But where Akron sits, we get a lot of influence from those two planes. It was ruled over and watched over by the god Helm, protector and defender of He observed our unending wars from the Watchtower, and over time, he saw the cost take hold. Right, you find the one on Helm. Yes, that's a good enough likeness of what he is supposed to look like.
Looks pretty cool.
She kind of like gives you like a. He
Or not cool.
he was one that cherished the strong, and felt it was the duty of the strong to protect everyone else. He saw what we were becoming, a nation, a world devoid of people as we killed each other over one thing or another. And as our numbers dwindled from the hundreds of thousands into the tens of thousands and finally began to approach a breaking point, he stepped in. He stepped in and changed our world. She kind of like looks out past the gazebo. He built this city, the city of Acheron, from the remnants of the billions of blades that were lost during the unending war. He forged homes, work, resources, built us a utopia to rebuild in. And valuing the abilities that we had crafted over the years, he bestowed upon us the gate, and a way to help direct our warlike nature in a productive way to protect everywhere. But in doing this action, in taking this choice, he was forced to leave Acheron, as we were now intrinsically tied to everyone else. This was millennia ago. I believe about 18 years. Somewhere in there. And in the remnants of that...
I was about to like whisper over, well, not whisper over to anyone in particular, but I'm like, yeah, that sounds very familiar.
It is a strange nature of the gods. But we were able to exercise some manner of control and policing of the planar, the multiplane, the multiverse, keeping our influence to those threats that threatened the stability of the planar wheel. We operated in the shadows, or at least my people did. I was still a girl. I don't know what happened. I don't know why. But from what Father has told me, he and Severin, who was his partner at the Bureau of Interplanar Defense, went on a mission to Mechanus. A rogue Modron had begun causing all sorts of ripples and problems throughout the weave of magic across the multiverse. And they were sent as agents of the Bureau to stop it. Kill it. Something happened, and it changed Severin, who I thought of as an uncle, and Dad once thought of as a brother. It wasn't immediate, but it was distinct, and he began to resent everything. World, Helm, the gods, our place as these janitors, as Dad said he referred to them. People that cleaned up others' messes across the multiverse. I was there that night. I saw him. He was so different. Obviously, they'd been fighting. He was wounded and angry. Primally angry. I assume it was our history that kept him from killing me, as he killed so many others. All I could do was weep. Until Dad showed up. Gave me the strength to run. She kind of looks around. It was right here. Once upon a time. The Bureau of Interplanar Defense. I don't know where this pagoda would be within it, but the building was in this area, and I guess this would have been the center. I ran all the way to the buildings way over there. Barely escaped the blast wave, as this entire park did not exist back then. This area was flattened in a wave of cataclysmic energy. And I thought my dad and my uncle and all the names here dead and gone. And with no way off Acheron, with no planar gate to use and no further assistance from Helm, we've turned inward again. And I'm merely trying to maintain peace within the city. I didn't know he'd survived until 2 friends of friends said that somebody came running up to them saying that his name was Takashi and that he used to belong to the Bureau, and he gave them a note with his handwriting, and I didn't trust it. I didn't believe it. For days I stared at that note, and I didn't know what to do until finally I reached out. And it worked. I learned sending years ago and tried it hundreds of times. Could never reach him. Figured maybe if I could just talk to his spirit, I could get some closure. Could never reach him. Until I finally could. 25 years. He was gone from my life. But he's back, and right back into it, finding people I didn't know existed, and continuing the fight. Which is why he couldn't come meet you himself, fortunately. He's a bit busy.
I mean, well, I definitely understand your situation in regards to the bonds with your father. I also had a similar situation where I was unfortunately had to be separated from my dad. And I got to meet him again after a while, and we got to talk and clear things up. But yeah, I mean, so you have my condolences about your past, and if there's any way we can help you personally, of course, you're, I'm, we're more than welcome. At least I am.
Appreciate that. I mean, we were hoping to reach out to you all in some time when we had more information. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. Let's dial back. It's been like a week in game time. Let me pull up my notes since Mia.
Takashi left.
Yeah. Let me see how long it's been. 'Cause I know what he's working
either
on.
Almost a week to a little longer than a week.
Let's see. Master note. Updated. Magical information. Western path. So it was on the 21st, it looks like. So it's only been... God, I scrolled way too far. It's such a big document. It's been a week. Okay. He'd only really noticed it 2 days ago. Apparently, he couldn't say what it was about them, but he believes the cult of the dragon has made its way here. She kind of like looks over her shoulder, looks around. He's trying to determine if they've infiltrated the city or if they are in the process of doing that.
I immediately look over to Arif. Well,
So, while I'm sure he would love to see you, he is apprehensive of drawing attention. But if you just need a place to stay, I have an apartment, small, but she kind of like looks around. If you don't mind sleeping a little cozy with each other, there should be enough room in the living room, and one or two of you could sleep in the study, probably.
okay. Yeah, that's a
If you don't mind.
very
No.
yeah, we're very thankful for this. I really don't like the sound of the cult potentially being here. They've been a thorn. I'm sure your dad's told you. They've been a thorn in our side on my plane for literally 2 decades now. So yeah, we're kind of used to their chicanery at this point.
Yes, he told me about your troubles with them and a few of the dealings that he had more with the, let's see, the dragons, I believe. It was more what he was interacting with a few of the cultists, and he said, it's hard to understand a man that I've not known for 2/3 of my life, and yet is still as close to me as a parent can be. He said that they smelled off, and I don't know what that means.
Well, Takashi does have really good senses, so he's probably on the right path.
I agree. Well,
I
Yeah.
guess you can. Yeah, we can talk more over dinner if you like.
yes.
I know we're kind of we're kind of hurting. It's a little. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. Lead the way.
No. It's quite all right. What were you saying, Mia?
Mia raises her hand like a kid in school.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Your
Can
name
we
is...
see? Oh, I'm Mia. Hi.
You're the one who...
I knew
She kind of like
your
gives you like
dad.
a light hug. You're the one who brought him
Oh.
home.
Yeah, I knew him for like a couple days, but he seemed pretty cool. Can we, before we go do that, can we see the cool shiny buildings, please?
Well, I live in one. You can't...
Can we see more of them?
Sure. Let's head to the edge of town, and I'll call us a taxi, and we'll just go on a little driving tour of the city, go get some dinner, and then end at my apartment for this evening.
What's a taxi?
Yeah, that's new to me as well. While I got it in my thought process, we should probably officially introduce ourselves. My name's Ken, Ken Silverlight. This is Air Satara,
Greetings.
Mr. Oni, obviously, Miss Mia. There's Sir Nicholas Famil right there to your right. And
Greetings.
together, we are the Wanderers of Starlight.
It is wonderful to be formally introduced to you all. I have heard quite a bit about you in the past week. I find myself feeling indebted. If you had not met my father at some whim, I doubt he would have found the strength to make his way home or even find his memories again. Kind of looks over at Aerith and Ken, who are both very fundamental and instrumental in bringing his memories back.
Yeah, I mean, we try to do our best. I mean, that's all we can really do, right?
That's all we can do. All right, let's go get a ride. Let's get out of the park before dark falls. I feel like you could definitely handle yourself against the ruffians here, but why make days harder than they have to be?
Very true. Work smarter, not harder.
Exactly.
Do you guys have a lot of bandits in these woods?
No, and it's no. Some poor souls that feel the system doesn't represent them appropriately, perhaps strike out at those that they view as seeing themselves as superior, but I wouldn't call them bandits, no, just despondent, lost. We mostly just try to get them back to secure lodgings, give them direction and help as best they need. Walk
Is
you guys out.
there some form of clinic or medical space that we could also visit along the way? Because again, I cannot stress enough
Oh,
how badly my back is hurting right
Would
now.
would you
yeah,
have
yeah.
potions, maybe?
We've got some apothecaries. We also have physicians, doctors, surgeons. She kind of like thinks in her head. I think I know somebody. Yes.
Oh, we should probably see if they accept Faerunian currency.
What is?
Why wouldn't they?
I pull out a gold
Uh,
coin.
we yeah,
Oh,
we have gold, silver, copper, and platinum coins, but you know, different plane, different rules.
hmm. Kind of like looks over everyone. Let me look. Did Takashi go back with any money? I know he had
He
10
never
gold.
had a lot to
He
begin
never
with.
really had a
Yeah.
lot.
I think we had the 10 gold.
Yeah.
He had 9 gold. He spent 1 gold. Well,
we we got to swing by a bank and get our currency converted like we were going to a different country.
yes. Essentially, we haven't used precious metals for currency in a while.
How long is a
Silver
while?
and gold are 1,000 years. We use. She kind of like takes out a small bag and she takes out these small little like, they're like
Dollar bills, dollar bills.
they're
No.
not dollar bills. They're like chips. They seem to be made of a very thin, hard, um, like resin. Like a poured material, and they have these strange engravings on them, and they're all like hexagonal. We use these for different denominations, but we could probably have your metals sold to a what would they call them? Like a jeweler? Perhaps they could do something with it. What are we working with? I know Father came back with some gold pieces.
I have these shiny ones. I'll pull out one of my platinum.
Oh,
Uh,
These are very shiny.
don't use all of those. You'll still need money when we get back.
I feel like if we could make this work, we could definitely get some
Can I have one
medical
of your
aid.
shapes in exchange for this shiny coin?
She kind of like smiles at you and goes, "Of course." I'll hand you like the largest one that's in her hand. It's about like the size of a $50. There you are. It's God. What am I gonna
Quick, foreign
name?
currency.
I was about to call them credits.
My cunt.
Yeah. I mean, credits works. That one's worth about 1,000 credits, which would be probably what I could get for a coin this size, though I'm going to keep it. I find this fascinating. I mean, you take precious platinum, refine it to such a pure state, and then stamp a guy's face in it and trade it for stuff. It's fascinating.
Yeah. And there seems to be plenty of them around. Like, I got all of these, and I don't even know where I got them. I just kind of had them.
Interesting. Fascinating.
Me is a little bit of an outlier.
Yes, he did say that you kind of joined them out of nowhere.
Yes.
Yes. Kind of like he did.
Yeah.
I suppose that's what makes you the Wanderers.
Although he eventually remembered all of the stuff about how he got there, and I might someday too.
I hope you do. All right. Let me see. Do one other thing. All right. So, as she leads you into the city, I don't have maps for every location. I'm sorry. I didn't know where you were going to go.
How dare. No, I'm kidding.
Everywhere. All of the places.
As you guys make your way back into the city, can everyone roll me a perception check? Or make your way into the city for the first time.
We got 24 hours to kill and run around New York. Let's go, guys.
So, I think I did this city scale correctly. I did. Okay. So it's about a half mile from where you are.
In the middle. Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah. You appeared in the dead center of the city. As you get towards the edges of the park, the sounds of traffic and of bustling people starts to reach your ears, but it's not a lot. You don't see a lot of people. It's not like packed cars, back, edge to edge and bonking at each other and people, it's not like New York City. Imagine New York City, but with a population of maybe 100,000 people. It feels almost barren, but it's as many people as you've ever seen in Erebor. It's just on a whole different scale. She kind of reaches the edge of the park, and you look around. You see more people dressed in that like businessman attire, the tight-fitting over jacket with the shirt and tie and the slacks and the very impractical shoes that you definitely couldn't like climb or run in. Some of the women are wearing these really nice like elegant dresses, while others are just wearing the same type of suit and jacket. Some people are just walking around in casual clothing that looks more like you're used to seeing out of, I guess, peasant class. It's looser fitting, but everything's very well tailored. It's all well cut and well stitched. You don't see the seams or the stitches in it at all. And everyone just seems happy and content. You don't see the normal signs of like, oh God, disease or God, I'm trying to think of what the actual word is for it. But I'll put it this way, even the lowest among these people that you see look healthier and better off than the average person where you're from. They look well fed. They look like they're well taken care of. And as Koro steps to the edge of this kind of strange, flat piece of stone that has these weird markings driven on it, she kind of like raises her hand out and whistles, and a carriage approaches from seemingly out of nowhere. It turns a corner, comes around, approaching quickly. but it has no horses. It has a buggy driver in the front and it looks like a carriage, like an actual carriage. It's not like a car, but it has a guy kind of sitting in the bench on the front, and he's got a wheel in front of him and has these like pedals down at his feet, and he kind of like leans over and gives Koro a nod and goes, "All right, 6 of you, where are we heading?" She looks over everyone.
I'm
I
slowly
believe
leaning towards Cannon, and I'm just like, how is it moving?
Ken, or both of you roll me an Arcana check. She looks over each of you and kind of looking at Oni as he's leaning on, I'm guessing anybody at this point. She goes, "I think we're going to head for the Everwatch Medical Clinic first things first. So there, and then I'll call the next ride." Gives her a nod. "All right, that'll be 50 credits for the 6 of you." She takes out a chit, gives him the
Did
money.
you lose your horses? Do you need
Why
help?
would I need? Why would no? Well,
Shh,
I drive
don't
it.
worry
Powers
about
itself.
her. Don't worry about her. She's
Aerith, you look at it and you're expecting arcane energy. You're expecting to feel radiance of arcane power, but you don't. You feel maybe something similar to the electrical field of like a shocking grasp or maybe like a lightning bolt, but there's no flow of arcane that causes propulsion or nothing that you can make sense of. It seems to be almost mundane. Do you all get in?
yes.
You open the sides of the carriage and step in, and it's got 2 wide benches, one facing back, one facing forward. Like, make yourselves comfortable, and you have to squeeze in just a little bit because they're really only designed for 2 and 2, but some of you are small.
Is
You,
it like open to the air, or is it closed over the top?
it's closed over the top. There are windows that have curtains. Think like Victorian style horse and buggy carriage, but no horses. And it's large enough for the 6 of you to sit in it relatively comfortably. As you click the door shut, you feel a lurch, and the carriage just starts to move. You hear a slight whine, and you can feel little bumps as it just moves beneath beneath the tires, the wheels. After about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Well, while you're driving through the city, you look out the windows and you see as the buildings like start flying past, going about 30 miles an hour or so through the city streets.
Oh man, this
We're
place
going
is a
so
wonder.
fast.
Tad McKellen and Luther was gonna flip when I tell him about this.
Pull up.
And then Ken's like, "Oh, Tess McKella."
Oh,
Friends of yours back home?
Heh, you could say
Uh,
that.
They're my adopted elder. Well, they're my adoptive elder siblings.
I see.
Weird question.
Yes.
Do you have dragons on this plane?
She's kind of like, no. There are legends of them. We've had them in the past. But no, none have been seen or heard of in written history.
Hmm.
Oh,
Since the ends of the war, at least. The window doesn't open.
try real hard.
It unfortunately is a taxi window, so it's sealed shut to keep people from,
Jumping
sticking their
out.
heads out and getting decapitated. Yeah.
Getting decapitated. Oh no.
The fears
well,
my parents put in my head when I was a kid.
Like something straight out of Hereditary when that kid
Oh
sticks
yeah.
sticks her head out and gets taken clean off by a telephone pole, dude.
That's exactly it. Yep. And so the edges of the roads have sidewalks, and there are metal signs that look like they're on just cast steel poles, that have writing on it that you recognize the language of, because it's common, but it's very like it's a different kind of script than you've ever seen. It's very blocky and just it's very bureaucratic. But after about 10 minutes in the carriage, it comes to a stop, and there's a dunk dunk from the front. And Koro looks at you. All right, well, this is the medical clinic, so we'll be able to get any of you that need some medical assistance. I believe that is all of you.
I do.
Yeah, we should probably all get a checkup, especially Oni. We need to get you looked at first, buddy.
Did you have a question?
What?
Did you have a question?
No, I mean, I do hurt, but I mean, if we could just get some potions, it would be faster, I think.
I mean,
Do they have potions?
well, our physicians have divine healing that they could use. We could provide you potions if you'd rather. She kind of like, as you guys get out of the carriage and it drives away, you're standing in front of a large 4-story building that has this like front passageway with an arch out front of it, and over the arch it says Everwatch Medical Clinic. Next to it is the Everwatch Apothecary. It's like we could just pop in there and get you all some potions. It's up to you. What would you prefer?
I think am of the opinion we should probably get looked at by a physician because we kind of had to do an impromptu curing of a situation with Oni.
Surgery.
So, yeah.
Yes, well, let's at least get Oni.
Yeah. Yeah, surgery in the loosest way possible.
Nicholas kind of like raises it. We feel like I got stabbed through the back with a poison stinger, but I'm alive. I guess
Yeah,
I should.
I got eaten by a worm.
Nicholas's
So did
voice.
I.
I wasn't going to say anything about the Ica, but that makes sense.
Aerith, can you
Yeah, we
please
should
laugh a little bit?
Can I what?
I honestly figured Aerith is constantly in a state of prestidigitationing the party.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we did like haphazardly kind of teleport, so if he didn't, I don't blame him.
I would have done it like when we had like a time to rest. So everybody looks nice and clean, everybody smells pleasant.
Okay. That's
Ish.
all right then.
But if Ken says that we should see the Doctor Man, then let's go see the Doctor Man.
She leads you through the door into a waiting room. Heading up to the front counter, she brings Oni up. She will kind of, yes, this young man here needs some medical assistance. Perhaps you could explain to them what happened and how they could assist you.
Only he'll kind of turn around and start, walking through the fact that when you had an encounter with an aboleth, you got infected with whatever aboleths do, and he'll pull the ropes up to show the massive section on his back that was carved and burned out.
Okay. All right. So as you start to explain, she's like, "Yes, okay, all right, aboleth, yes, all right. What is an aboleth? You know what? That's for the doctor to determine. You turn around. She's like, "Let me. All right. Oh my God! Oh, helm above! Oh, sweet justice! What happened? Oh dear. We need to get you. Those are 4th or 5th degree burns. Oh my goodness. Oh. It looks like you've had some minor healing. Oh, it's still crackly to the touch. Yes. We have an emergency. We need a doctor right away. How are you putting weight on your back? So, do you need a wheelchair? Should we get you a stretcher? Why don't you have a seat here? And she's immediately just starts fussing over you because this is not what they normally deal with. Let's
Really?
see.
It's not what they normally deal with?
Right? They don't normally deal with aboleths. Wow. All the doctors, guys, they pull in a series of specialists who are able to determine that. Well, first things first, a doctor comes out to kind of give Oni a once over and then insists that Oni lays down on a gurney. He also insists that Oni disarms himself by taking off his equipment so that he could be properly treated by medical staff.
Oni will kind of sigh, but he did ask for it. But luckily, Oni's really not armed with anything other than Oscar Davis. So it's not that big a deal to him. But he will leave the stuff with Ken specifically because he's not trying to let some random person walk through and take his shit. Even though all this stuff doesn't look that impressive, he's not risking it now that he's heard that there could be cult activity here. So,
Leading the two of you back. Go ahead, sorry, Ken.
Yeah, I'll take care of your stuff. Koro, he's in good hands, right?
Oh yes, they're the best medical clinic here in the city. Honestly, there are some smaller ones, but they're the best.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Do I get to talk to a doctor man?
If you would like to, dear, we could. What would you like to talk to them about?
Well, I did get hurt, but we healed a little bit. Would they be able to tell me where I'm from? Do they do that?
That was really the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Interplanar Defense. If that makes sense.
So, no?
He'd be able to tell maybe if there's any elven heritage in your genes, but I'd say that's probably a sure thing.
Good start, actually, because we have no idea how she came to be.
Sure. Let me get you an appointment as well, and she'll turn around and start describing what you need. They don't spring to attention as quickly to you, but they do tell you to have a seat and wait, and the doctor will see you shortly.
Our first trip to like a new plane hospital, and
Mia's getting a
me
21 in me.
a 21 in me. Fucking yeah.
Oh no. Okay. The doctor ends up bringing Ken and Oni back, so that Oni can properly disrobe, put on the hospital gown, and give his equipment and gear to Ken.
Is his butt shown?
Probably. It's not the first time, I'm sure. They give you a once over, and it's up to Oni whether Ken stays, or it's up to you guys who stays or not. The doctors are fine. But the burns, while bad, are treatable, and they find divine kind of resonance within the flames that makes it more
tolerable,
amenable. Well, it makes it easier to heal as they begin casting the healing restorative spells and kind of like looking over the wounds and things. The burns begin to dissipate and turn to scar. The scar tissue does form, but it's nowhere near as bad as it would be. Whereas before it would have been this like massive kind of nasty, ragged X across his back. At this point, it has become almost like a seam of like this crosshatch, just where the two like the overlap of the blades was, where you had to hit it twice. That was where the burn was at the worst, and that didn't quite heal without a scar, but everything else eventually heals away without any scarring. They have no idea what could have diseased the flesh, and they like take some of the diseased flesh for study, but because the disease has been purged and all that's really left is kind of like the remnants of a dead virus, there's not a lot for them to go off of. But all of their rolls on do I know what an aboleth is were a 3, a 4, a 1, and a 5.
Absolutely not.
Guess they don't have those here.
No, they have never heard of them.
Good. Keep it that
Oni, you're
way.
back to full hit points. I'm just gonna go ahead. You're back at full. But it takes them about 30 minutes to an hour of treating you before you are able to get your equipment back on and head back out feeling much, much better. There's still just a little bit of tightness, but that'll work out with just a little exercise. Mia, you and Koro and Aerith and Nicholas wait for about 20 minutes before your name is called, and you are led back to a small waiting room. Do you bring anyone with you, or does everybody wait
Whoever,
in the waiting room?
yeah, whoever wants to come.
I'm kind of curious. Like
You're with Oni.
she
You're
Carl
with
said,
Oni.
dragons haven't been heard of in like a millennia plus. So I guess he's trying to. I don't know. I guess he's also curious about if he does their version of a 21andMe, what the results would be.
And also like a DNA test, please.
It's up to you.
I'm
Yeah,
curious
I mean,
now.
Okay.
Might
if
as
Aerith
well.
would
Fuck
also
it.
like to come,
Hmm?
because I know you were the main person trying to help Mia remember stuff if you wanted to come with her.
Oh, I'm going with
But it's
you.
up to you.
That's no question.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll send Nicholas and Koro just so that. Well, we'll leave Nicholas with Koro and let
They can wait.
Takashi's new or Kyle's new character talk to his old character's daughter for a little bit. So as you're led back into a smaller kind of operating room, hop up onto the bed slash bench slash chair thing that they have in the middle of the room. The rest of you make yourselves uncomfortable in the conveniently provided chairs, and at least it's better than standing. Before the doctor shows up, looking down at his notes, looks. So I hear you're having some questions about your lineage, lady. You've lost your memory, I hear.
Yeah, Koro said you guys fix people. Can you fix me?
Well, I mean, normally this can be memory loss can be cured with a greater restoration, so I can give that a
Mm,
whirl. And
I think we already tried that.
We tried a weird method in terms of getting her memories back, and it was exploring her actual mind. And from the earliest memory is essentially when she appeared in our plane. So nothing,
sometimes
nothing before that.
memory loss or arcane preventative measures of accessing memories can cause things like that when digging deep into the recesses. Perhaps this will help. Let's see.
You're
Now
the
it
doctor.
is. Let's see. I'm trying to do math. Now, the Greater Restoration is a rather pricey procedure and would cost you about 5,000 credits, if that would be acceptable. And at that moment, like Koro kind of like balks back a bit and like looks over to you all like, that's two months rent for me.
How much gold do I
Well,
currently have on me?
okay, I mean, like, it did. I think Orius already tried that though, didn't he?
59.
Did you do a greater restoration? I don't
I think
remember.
so.
Remember?
Somebody
It's up to you
did.
guys. This doctor sure as hell doesn't know.
I think Aureus would have
And we
tried,
all know,
but
as a doctor, he wants the
You
money.
do.
So
yeah.
even if he did know, I'm pretty sure he would push for it.
I guess I'll
What
I'll
about
say that
this
we
shiny
kind
coin?
of already tried a greater restoration at one point, and it didn't really help.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Mia will hold out one platinum piece and put it in the doctor's hand.
Yes, this is a very pretty piece of metal.
It's actually
It
pure
looks over at
refined,
you.
platinum.
Well, if you have already dug into it with a greater restoration, then it is not an arcane memory block. It's not something magically inhibiting your memories, so then it must be physical. Traumatic event or something along those lines. If you're saying that I'm guessing you use detect thoughts.
Yes.
kind of gives you like a knowing, like closes his eyes, like, yes, I assumed so. Well, if you've already tried that and could not find any avenue to memory in there, then I suppose a blood test would probably be the next best way to understand where you came from, and then we build forward from there.
How much would that cost?
It's 100 credits, I believe. I don't have the price sheet on me, but it'd be able to get you taken care of at the front counter. There's no arcane component associated with this. It's all science to determine where your blood originates.
How long would it take to get the results?
He looks over at a clock on the wall as it ticks away. And it's strange because it's a 26-hour clock. But
Aerith makes
you're also not that familiar with
as he
clocks.
sees the clock face.
For an expedited fee of an extra 100 credits, we could probably have it morning.
Sure. Let's
Okay.
do that. Let's see what a blood test can do.
Koro looks or leans over to you. That's like 20 gold, I think. No, wait, hold on. 2 gold. 2 gold. That's like 2 gold. If you wanted to just give me 2 gold, I'll pay for
I
that.
pull it out and hand it to her.
Thank you. I'll get this all changed after you all your way home.
Thank you.
Yeah. I got you.
Mia will take out a dagger and like prick her finger.
Oh,
Whoa,
no,
whoa!
that's just unnecessary. Dear, please, put your weapons
You said
away.
you needed blood.
I'm pretty sure they had a method instead of, pulling out a freaking weapon.
Unfortunately, if you damage your skin with the weapon, that site is now contaminated with whatever was on that weapon. So
Just take it from a different part
give
of
me your
her
finger.
body then.
He wraps your finger up with like a little bandage and puts a band-aid on that has smiley faces on it around the tip of your finger.
Oh.
Now, this one it'll prick a little bit, but not as bad as the dagger did. He holds your arm out and he's gonna draw blood with a needle. He takes a lot, and it feels weird because like the metal sits in your arm for a little bit, and it's not cold, but it's not warm either. It's just sort of like
there.
And you can feel it, and like your hand starts to go numb as he fills the second vial. All right, there we are. That should be enough to get a good test onto where you're originating from. He kind of like looks at it.
I do have a question. Does Mia develop a fear for needles?
I don't think so. They're a little less traumatic than being stabbed. Honestly.
But it could be that like underlying thing of just like, oh god, it's there.
And I'm guessing we'll just do this all at once. And he looks over with again. He was like, and I heard you were also looking to have your lineage investigated as well. I can see you have some strange aspects, and it would be I don't know, it'd be interesting for me to examine as well.
Well, it's more curiosity in my case.
It's more curiosity in my case too, because I can't say I'd be able to tell you where you're from. We don't have citizens such as yourself here on Acheron. Horns and scales and tails. Predominantly human, half-elven, some gnome, halfling. Haven't seen kind like yours. So it would be curiosity on my end too. I would do yours pro bono, just to feed my curiosity.
Well, thank you, kind sir.
Dr. Albert. Now, if you would...
I'll reach out and shake his hand.
Shakes your hand. All right, now let me get a fresh needle. He's going to sanitize your arm. Has to find a part that doesn't have scales on it. Take the blood from you as well. Very well. Where are you staying? And Carl's like, they'll be staying with me. I live over near Kekut Market. Not far from me, about 2 or 3 miles. Nods. Just check in the morning with my receptionist. We'll have the results under your names, and hopefully we'll be able to shine some light into your origins and illuminate some of our innate curiosities on who and what you are.
Well, I look forward to your results.
All right, well, he kind of stands up. It was nice meeting you all. Have a great evening. And he's out the door to his next appointment. Goro.
So, do
Go
we
ahead.
leave?
Yes. Now we head back to the receptionist. We let them know what he said. They will check with the logs on the information system and then pay, and then we're good.
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds good. Would you still need to stop by a place to convert some of this money?
Oh, I can. I have enough to cover you for right now. I just need to be able to refill my savings after you've left.
Oh.
If you understand what I'm
Okay.
saying. It's easier
Yeah,
to
no
just.
problem.
The banks are boring and they take forever, and there's always a line. It's not the best part of the city. If you've only got one night here, you don't want to spend it at a bank. Let's go to
No, I
Mohem.
want to see
Yeah,
cool
we gotta make time to get to the DMV while we're here.
things.
Oh, why would you want to go to the Department of Vehicles? Ugh.
I want to see cool things.
Yes, I shall bring you to a. Do you know what a mall is?
Like a hammer?
No.
You're familiar with like shopping markets, bazaars, things along those lines?
Yeah.
That's more our speed.
It's one of those. It's all inside. It's all climate controlled. Each individual purveyor of goods has a shop of their own, and there are also some in the foot traffic roads built within. And it is quite large. We could have some dinner there, perhaps see a show, do a little bit of shopping, and then head home for the evening if that would.
It sounds fun. How big could it be though if it's all inside?
It's inside a building. That's weird.
Right?
As
So
she's
like one shop.
she kind of raises her hand again and whistles, and again, like when you were in the receptionist area in the medical clinic, there was maybe 2 or 3 other people, two people working the counter, and then 2 or 3 other like people there for medical aid. There were a number of doctors, but you've probably only seen maybe about 100 people driving around the city so far. As she hails another taxi, it shows up. She tells him that you're heading for Mohem Square, and gives him the credit chips to get you guys there. And as she sits down, well, you remember how large the park was, correct?
Yeah.
Mohem is the same size. It's about a mile on each side.
And it's a whole building?
It is an entire building. As you get closer and
That
closer, you
makes no
realize
sense.
you can see it. Like, these buildings here are all tall. They're all like 100 feet. They're like 8 to 10 stories. This one is only about 4 stories, but it is massive. This huge complex of one big building kind of
Ugh.
set in the middle of these roads. And as you approach, you can see Mohem Square written on the side of one of the large illuminated signs. And as the night has now set in, you've been in the city, there are these weird, constant torchlights that don't flicker. They almost glow with arcane light, but Aerith and Ken, being arcanely trained, you don't recognize a light cantrip. You feel this kind of faint hum of electricity, but not magic, not arcane power.
How does that work? How is
This
it
is
on?
the-
What's going on here?
We
Yeah,
have
this is
a
throwing me off.
we have a geothermal generator deep under the city that draws power from the core of our world, converts it into electrical energy, which we can then use to, well, fuel our society. Everything runs on it. This vehicle, she kind of taps the seats, those lights, the various objects and tools that the physicians use. The only thing that really comes from or isn't electrical is divine. And it's the healing energies our clerics use.
Aren't you worried that, like, taking energy from the planet might kill it faster? This is something a druid would say.
We don't. It's not like we're stealing energy. I had it explained to me in my college courses. She kind of like sits down. She goes, "It heats water because the core of a world is in a constant state of roiling heat and energy from the immense pressures. Yeah, you've seen lava, magma.
Yeah.
That the heat from that boils water, which then creates steam to turn. What did our engineers call it? Turbines, I believe, was the word. And those turbines, when they spin, somehow create electricity, which we can then store in banks. But we don't. All we're doing is utilizing a heat that is already there, and whether it's boiling the water or heating the rock, it shouldn't harm anything. At least we have not seen any harm or had any. had
Brain
anything.
exploding.
Right. I don't think Ken. This is something outside of his realm of artificery knowledge. I think
This isn't
this is
artificial.
like
This
this
is
is
pure
technology.
engineering.
Yeah.
yeah, this is yeah.
Yeah.
As,
Go ahead.
as Mia presses her face against the window again, like, and I'm watching as we go by stuff. Do I see any magic at all in this entire like city?
There's latent wisps of it. Kind of like the weave is here. It exists.
Okay.
There is magic. You see it mostly around the people. But what you normally see in the world of it kind of like built into society itself. It's not here. There are no arcane threads running through things that keep things elevated and like floating or keep water flowing. Doesn't seem like there's much. There's arcane, but there's nothing really utilizing it. And you'll
You're
remember
tech focused.
Takashi had arcane power, but it was also through like an enchantment.
Yeah.
It was so the arcane exists, but it's just not something. Yeah, gets utilized. Like,
They've got all this fancy stuff that they can do the things that we do without magic. But we haven't hit that break point. We're still in like the Middle Ages, so we're having to compensate for that lack of tech with arcane, right? So we got a little catching up to do. Ken, when we get back, you're in charge of modernizing all the Faerun. It's up to you.
Society.
oh no. Right. Well, the drive through the city takes about 20-30 minutes. You actually drive past the park, and as you're staring out the windows entranced, you see as like the buildings break away, and there's this wide expanse of this beautiful green and pink that just is gently lit around the perimeter by streetlights. The interior of the park isn't lit. There's like light, tiny bits of lights glowing along what you assume to be the path you walked, but they're very, very dim compared to the bright lights that are here on the roads that you travel. This being a longer trip, there is some traffic that you guys get stuck in. A few of these other weird horseless carriages moving through the city. But eventually you are dropped off outside of a humongous building, a mile to each side. Like I said, this map that we're on is to scale, so I guess it's, yeah,
It's
just about.
so
Half
large.
an
It is quite big. She leads you through these 2 doors, and as you get closer and closer to them, you begin to like skip forward to open the door, only to find the door opens itself. Shunk, shunk. As you step in, there's a kind of a metallic tang and freshness to the air in here, as it's all filtered and pumped in through the recycling systems. And as you kind of walk into the interior roads, it's actually more familiar to you guys. You're kind of used to being on foot. You're used to having shops across the street from each other with no like cars zooming around. You're used to this smaller scale, quote unquote, if it were a smaller scale. As you find yourself in essentially the Mall of America.
Nah,
Oh,
I've never been in real life.
Hell yeah.
It is
It's big.
huge.
I know there's
You
like a
look
roller
up,
coaster in there, right?
Oh,
yeah,
it's
in
an
the
entire
center of
theme
it.
park, not
It's
just a
an
roller
entire theme
coaster,
park.
man.
Oh, okay.
You
Yep.
you
the
can
biggest mall
see. Mhm.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
go
was
ahead.
about to say the biggest mall I've been to is the one in DC.
Phoenix.
Okay, yeah. That one's pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one's taller. So like most malls like that I know of are only like 2 stories. This one's 4 stories tall. And as you step into like this main pathway, you can see it stretches left and right in that kind of square shape. And you look up and you can see the shops line all the way up both sides, as you can see all the way to the top of the square, and these glass like windows that line around the top just shine in with the light of the city above. Poro kind of steps in and goes, "All right, well, the food court is this way. If we're hungry now, we could go there, or we could go check out some of the shops. If you all wanted to get some new clothes or what, I'm not honestly sure what
Jesus.
you'd be in the mood for, but we can just sort of walk around and see
Jesus.
if anything." Yeah.
Okay. I got a out of character question. Is this place bigger than Starfall?
Let's see. Do, do. Oh, that's right. I was able to put all of those maps into a folder called cities. I don't have to like. Let's see. Starfall and the Platinum close. Much bigger. Starfall is about 1,000 feet to a side, and this is a mile to a side. So it's about 5 times bigger than the island of Starfall.
Damn.
Yeah.
I kind of like. Ken will say, "Geez, this place is bigger than Starfall."
Yes, it is a marvel of engineering. A gift, truly. A home. I wish I could take credit, or my people could take credit for building this, but this was a gift. And she kind of puts her hand on the wall. And she goes, "And it is a gift that we treasure and appreciate. And those that don't, well, they find that they don't have a place within our society."
The mall?
The buildings.
Oh.
Bones of our world. In an instant, the wars were ended, and this home erected. Some places have fallen to time, of course, and there has been some rebuilding that's been necessary, but most of the secrets of how this place was constructed are helms. Now, let me show you both.
Oh, no.
She was about to grab both Mia and Aerith. Where did Mia go? Well,
Wasn't Mia need to roll
no.
a stealth?
Yeah, roll me a stealth check, Mia. That's fair.
Okay. 6.
6. You look over, and Mia has. Oh, there she is. As actually what I was going to do. You have found yourself out.
Everybody watched her walk away. She thought she was being so sneaky, and everybody just watched her. She kind of
Don't
took a
be
couple of
suspicious.
steps.
Don't be suspicious.
Yup.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Mia, what?
You find Mia staring through a glass window into a
Shiny.
shop, and there is what looks like a elegant blue and gold dress on a mannequin that's just shimmering and kind of shifting in color as you look at it, and it has completely entranced Mia. That's honestly what I was going to suggest if the two of you wanted to come and check out some of the, she points to Mia and Aerith, the fashions around here. You look like you're, yes.
There's
For
just stars and hearts in Aerith's eyes.
unfortunately, I don't know.
The question is it blue and black or is it white and yellow?
That's the question, right?
I was
That's
just
the
thinking
question.
that.
She looks at Oni and Ken and Nicholas. You're welcome to join us for fashion shopping, or I could direct you to where the food court is, and then we can meet up there in an hour. It's up to you all if you want to come dress shopping.
Well, I have a question. Do they
Yes.
have like what is that set of clothes that's not like it doesn't offer any benefit, but it has like the animated effects on it? Do they have any of those? Because that would be cool to just have while we're here.
Oh, the glamour stuff.
Raving clothes with a.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Like the robes of glamour or something. I can't remember. Glamour Stuthered.
Dante,
No,
what
that
are
one's
you
actually.
Cloak of billowing.
doing?
Glamour weave. That's what it is.
Glamour weave.
I'm glad you said
There you
glam.
go.
I couldn't
Right?
remember the name, but when you said glamour,
Something with glamour.
it doesn't actually do anything. It's just clothes that
Yeah.
you could like have some kind of cool effect on.
Aha. What did...
I like how glamored studded leather and the glamour weave are spelled differently with glamour.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what threw me off. I was just
That's
like,
why I
what?
wasn't- How do you...
Right?
Who spells glamour with an E? What?
Right?
Right?
Glamour.
Because I definitely
I forgot
spelled
this
it
item
the normal way
existed.
and
Yeah.
Yeah.
auto
And
corrected
nothing
to
came
that.
up.
Yeah.
Right?
They would have that kind of stuff. So it doesn't actually use illusory magic. It's just it has like let's see. You can use a bonus action to create a moving illusory pattern. It has this like it's stitched of a fabric that flows and weaves and kind of has that look to it. So as you move, things like ripple and move around in it.
Yeah, and if you get the uncommon, you can make it rise out of it. That's what Owen's looking for.
Yeah, we could do that. Let's see.
Yeah,
So
it's gonna be funny because he's not gonna like. He's still just gonna get like default ass robes like he has on, but he's just gonna have that like ink splot sort of path tracing that's kind of synonymous with kung fu type stuff, just for the effect of it. Wow.
a good souvenir. Let's call it 100 gold. If that's fair.
All right. Hell yeah.
Cool.
I am down for it.
All right. So you all go shopping for an hour. Is there anything else anyone's looking for? They have, Aerith, for you, the designs here are so interesting. The fabrics are like they're thin and they're extremely soft, but then you tug on them and they're really durable. They also have like clothing that has some. It doesn't actually add AC bonus, but it's designed to be resistant to slashing, like to prevent knives. So it wouldn't prevent against like a magical knife, but it would prevent slashing and piercing from a non-magical source. But the fabric could be like stitched into a robe or something that those lines. Are you looking for anything?
I guess first clothes to kind of blend in.
Okay.
And I know we're not gonna spend like a whole bunch of time here, but you know, it's just nice to have prepared. And then yeah, I would take like the one that helps prevent piercing and slashing.
Let's go ahead and just do another 100 gold.
Damn it, I'm short.
No.
Because I only have
We got
57.
we got plenty to back you up, bro. Don't even worry about
Okay.
it.
Mia
How
gives
much are
you
you
one
short by?
platinum.
How much is a platinum worth in gold again? I don't
10.
remember.
I think 10.
I was like, I'm gonna need a little bit more.
Here's one more.
How much do you
Fair.
need?
I'm at 57 gold right now because I'm pretty sure I spent majority of it at the magic shop for.
You did.
Yeah.
Okay,
guys
then
got
I
geared
will
up.
give you the rest because that will put me at an even 430 platinum.
Hell
Okay.
yeah. So you get yourself a nice, like, elegantly cut suit, and the shirt that you have it's a very lightweight button-up undershirt that's made of this kind of prismatic cloth that, as you look at it, it shimmers with what looks like it's like opalescent. It looks like it's like every color. It also would provide you with resistance to slashing and piercing from non-magical sources while you're wearing it, as it is kind of like lightweight body armor. Because you guys walk into
Cool.
one of the fancier stores here in the mall, because you have money. I mean, you have gold. Koro's sitting here like taking gold from you guys, like, yes, yep, all right, well, okay, all right. And then she's like doing math in her head, like, yep, that'll get my saving. Okay, all right.
Hopefully you have enough cuts.
There's enough in there. I could probably handle dinner and we could see a show, but that would be the extent of what I could do before I have to hit a bank. Dad said to make sure you guys enjoyed yourselves and that
I
you
get a
deserve
fancy,
some rest.
unique
So,
suit.
yeah,
Mia
Is
will
this the
just
time
stare
for
at
another Aerith design? No, I'm kidding.
that's up to you.
Yes. But Mia stares at the pretty dresses and kind of just like sighs sadly.
Did you want to try one on? I mean, they'll let you just try it on if you just want to see what it looks like.
Montage.
We'll see, they're all super pretty and awesome. But I don't think I can take off what I am already wearing. I mean, I can take it off, but I can't.
Oh, I see. I see. She kind of like looks over. I have an idea. She's going to kind of grab Mia by the hand while Aerith is getting his suit taken care of, and she's going to pull you out of the store, and the two of you are going to run a few stores down to a jeweler's. What about something like this? And she grabs like a tiara essentially, puts it on your forehead. Something beautiful and regal, elegant, but an accessory. We don't want to replace what's providing you with such strength, correct? But look around, and this shop is like, they've got necklaces, bangles, rings. It's just a jewelry shop, and there's just like like an older man who's like sitting there and gives a very like knowing nod as Koro comes in, and she starts like having things, trying things on you, and he just sort of watches the two of you, waiting for you to approach him.
She'll happily let Koro put all kinds of things all over her.
Now, do you have your ears pierced? You do. Okay. And so we could. But these ones are very nice. No, nope. You don't do dangly earrings well at all. Nope. Um, But if you wanted to pick out anything from Mia from here that would be like an accessory like that, you could definitely do that. But she'll fuss over you and kind of help you out with that for a little bit.
Just walk out covered in jewelry.
Deck and everything.
We can't
Like how
buy
Kate
everything.
Kobold was.
Well, how much money do you have? You could
Mia
buy
will just take.
everything.
She just takes her pouch of the coins and hands it to Koro.
Oh, that's quite a bit of credits.
I don't know. They're just really shiny.
I guess anything that you wanted. She opens it and is like, and it's all the very shiny ones. Yes. There's does anything look interesting? And this is a yes and you can just go ahead.
Yes, and
Probably walk out with like the tiara that she gave her and like a necklace and like rings and a bracelet. And then also if Cora wanted anything too.
Okay. Go ahead and knock off. Let's just call it 20 platinum.
All right.
Koro does get a nice like pendant that has like an openable clasp in the middle of it. We'll eventually come back and find the boys outside of the clothing shop. Mia now decked out in finery as befitting of a princess. All right, dinner time. I am hungry. Let's go get some food. She's going to lead you guys to a like a food court. However, this food court is not like a fast food. It is a food court of sit-down restaurants, leading you into a local like it's like a steakhouse. She claims it is the best of the restaurants here. She treats you all to a nice dinner. Menu in my head. I just looked and I can't find it. So it just a
Don't strain your.
I'm trying to think. No. I'm just trying to think of like what would the differences be between
Outback
how the
Steakhouse.
food is cooked here. No, it's much better than Outback Steakhouse. There is a much wider variety of foods than you're used to. Normally, when you guys go to taverns or
What
pubs,
is a French fry?
It's quite delicious. We cut up a potato and then we fry it in oil. Delicious. Dip it in a little bit of like honey mustard or some barbecue sauce. Some people like mayonnaise or ketchup because they're monsters. That's fine for them. But afterwards, continuing around the mall, she leads you to. Most of the stores here only have a storefront of about 30 to 40 feet wide. This one goes for an entire section of the mall. It's about 200 feet wide. And as she goes up to like the ticket counter, she purchases 2 tickets for the night's show. And it's kind of like Cirque du Soleil. It's like an acrobatics performance in this wide stadium that you wouldn't have been able to like picture being here within this mall if not for the fact that this mall was massive, huge. The stadium is probably about the size of the Platinum Enclave itself. As you sit in it and kind of like conceptualize how big it is, the Platinum Enclave would sit, and it takes up one corner of the square. But by the end of the show, you are all culture shocked, entertained, full-bellied, ready for its best. Unless there's anything else you guys wanted to do.
Yeah, we're all bedazzled out. We have souvenirs. Ken, did you pick stuff up for the different platinum lizard folk back at the town? Does your little dragon homies each have like a little shirt that says, I visited Acheron and all I got was this stupid shirt?
But like New York.
I heart AC.
I don't have money.
That was so genuine.
No. Can can Mia have bought something for every single one of his little like robotic dragons?
Yeah. What do you think? Like, how about a collar?
Right?
The
Just
collar
like
for
a
each of them.
shiny bedazzled collar.
Yeah, absolutely. Give
Stopped
me
at a pet store.
another 5 platinum and absolutely.
I don't have money.
I don't have
I
money.
don't have any money.
Why
To
does
be
the
fair,
world
all of
run
it
on
is on a
capitalism?
yeah, all of our money is kind of on a credit that doesn't exist here.
Yeah, she's
Right.
getting herself a bag of coins. I mean, so this is how like she could make money off of this. She could lose money off of this, but honestly, she's just having fun entertaining you all. And if it wasn't for the fact that we were doing expensive things, she'd be fine. But like, yeah, she pays for dinner. She pays for the show. She doesn't want any compensation for that. And you definitely have time if you wanted to pick up anything else here in the mall, Ken. Sure, your friends would lend you some money.
I'll lend you my
Maybe a
7
book.
gold.
Maybe a what?
I was thinking of like if there's like a small like a Barnes and Noble esque store.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe we can find some books on how like the technology here works.
Books.
Okay. All right. Very interesting. Roll me an investigation check. Aerith, are you helping him?
Yes.
All right. Roll as well. And this technically would be a library. The skills you use in a library would be useful here. Okay.
Do you think they're gonna have like, that like for dummies series where they have a bunch of topics that are like broken down to help people? They gotta have those, right? Geothermal energy production for dummies.
Electrical engineering for dummies was exactly what was in my head. You do. You find because it was a 25 to find something that would be understandable to your current level of technology. And as you go towards like the more mechanical aspect books, they all talk about like frequencies and joules and circuits and this, that, the other thing. It's all way too technical. Dialing it back, the
Wait,
two of you find yourself. What's up?
joules, you say? Like Joules?
Mhm.
Like the same measurement of energy used for railguns?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh
a
boy.
joule is a measurement of energy, which would be
That
one of the things you learn. You do find Electrical Engineering for Dummies, which is a rather big book and it's dense. But flipping through the first few pages, and it's kind of like so you want to understand how our world works. Why do your lights turn on when you flip a switch? Why does your toilet flush when you push the plunger? That kind of stuff.
okay.
And it seems like it has some at least a good working knowledge to give you the basis of how electrical current is harnessed. And before you know it, the two of you have been like staring at this book for about 20 minutes, and Koro is like, I think they're gonna close soon, and if you wanted to get that before we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Oh,
will
oh gosh.
absorbed.
Let's
Oh,
call
this is
it
this is kind of
25 gold.
That's an expensive book.
It is an expensive book.
so electrical engineering for dummies.
Yep.
I should probably put that in my like treasure file thing instead of my inventory.
Koro sees the title and goes, yes, that would have a much better would do a much better job of explaining how it all works than I can. But yeah. Alright. So, wrapping up at the mall, having enjoyed your night's meal. It is now 30 minutes to midnight, so like 25:30 on their clock. It's very late, and Koro is quite obviously running out of steam. She's been going all day. She hails one last taxi, tells him to take her to. She gives him an address. Says it's just west of the Kekuk Market, ending up in this kind of northeastern sector of the city. She leads you into an apartment building, through an atrium, into a small box. That as she steps into it, she kind of like motions you guys in, and you've seen these things. You saw them in the mall, but you guys use the stairs because they're just more convenient or more.
We're used to it.
Yeah, exactly. And in this one, she goes, "You don't want to take. I'm tired of the stairs. Just get on in." She
I don't
motions you all
I don't
into
know
the
if I want to
elevator.
go in the tiny box.
It's perfectly safe, darling. It's totally safe. I promise you. Come on in.
It
I don't
looks
want
real small.
It's 4 flights up, and I don't want to take the stairs. Just come on in.
Let's just
It's
Mia, come on.
remember-
It's gonna be fine. Don't you worry.
Hey, if I get eaten in this tiny box, you better save me.
We'll take solace because we'll all be eating alongside you.
Well, that
Because we're all
doesn't
kind of
make
shoulder
me
to
feel
shoulder
better.
here.
Then we're all eaten.
Yeah, but just imagine what could eat all of us that we wouldn't be able to do something about. Because even those big worms, we're only able to eat one of us at a time, and we like dealt with that relatively reliably, kinda. We threw one in another, and these things seem way less intimidating than a big worm, right?
She will very warily step in beside Ken and kind of just like press up against his side with her head like on your shoulder. It's
It'll
like,
be
don't eat me, don't eat me, don't eat me.
just one moment. It'll be over before you know it. The doors close. The box is very small. You feel like a shuddering of motion, and then it feels like
Oh my
gravity
God.
gets stronger for a moment, like you're just kind of pulled down
Oh
more.
gosh.
And then it lessens. There's a ding, and the doors slide open, and you're in a different place. All right, my apartment's this way. And she kind of like raises one hand and gives a like finger point, and leads you down about 8 doors before she turns to the left and opens a door into a small apartment. There's a kitchen, living room, a study that's only about 6 feet wide by 10 feet long, and then a small bedroom that's not much bigger that has a bed in it. She shows you guys around. Kitchen's there if you need water or anything to drink over the night. I have a couch and a love seat. The couch pulls out into a pretty uncomfortable bed if two of you wanted to share. The study doesn't really have anything. It's just my desk, but we could throw out your sleeping mats on the ground. And she kind of like looks at everybody, and that's about all I've got for sleeping arrangements. Bathrooms through this door, and if you need me, I'll be through that door. Any questions?
Nope.
Okay.
What is all that stuff? Points to like the kitchen.
Don't. So the big tall box has the cold stuff in it. Just if you need a drink, that's where it's at. Don't worry about anything else. Don't touch anything else.
Aerith is just looking into the bathroom. It's just like, what is? Looks at the toilet. The flusher.
It's a toilet. Yeah. Yeah. You've probably had to use one at least once since you got to the city, and we skate over it a lot. You know, because fantasy stories. But in Faerun, it's not like you guys just shit in the street. There are privies that
God, I hope not.
normally run to underground sewage systems that are tied into the rivers, which is why most of the cities are on water. The few that don't collect their compost, like greenest, and recycle it into like feed fields. It's all just natural engineering, farm engineering. Here it's different because it's just like a pool of water and then it goes away and it's you're way up. You've never been in a privy above ground level before, like this far up. That it wasn't in like some noble's mansion or something. There is also a shower, which is very strange because it's not entirely sure what it is because it's just sort of a glass square with a shower head in it. Feel free to take a shower if you want to clean off, although prestidigitation does as good a job as any. Although I found showers are more relaxing.
I will take the shower you speak of.
Hot's on the right, cold's on the left, and just close the door. All right. Anything else anyone wants to do before your long rest?
Going to touch everything.
Okay. Some things turn on when you touch them.
She's got to get up in the morning so mad that like 90% of every electronic device is on, running.
Absolutely.
I'll try to memorize everything Mia touched and right as we go to bed.
Cut it off for her.
Yeah.
There is also a television with a. It's actually you could turn it on, and it's most of the channels that you can find, like just by pressing a button that makes the people on the screen change, are news. A few of them are like infomercials. A couple of them are dramas or whatever. But you're essentially just in a hotel room, like modern hotel room. All right. Well, you guys get your long rest. Aerith gets his shower. You turn things on. You turn things off. You find places within the small apartment here within the city to find rest. And finally, go to sleep. It is an uneventful night.
Aerith just comes out of the bathroom with a towel and just goes, "A shower is so relaxing." You guys should try it. It's amazing.
The water is warm and there's no magic involved. Mia's already just like collapsed on the pull-out bed and gone to sleep.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, moving forward, the next morning, dawn rises 8 hours or so later. Koro comes out and makes a large breakfast of bacon and eggs, just a plate of bacon and a plate of eggs that can be divvied amongst the 6 of you because it's the easiest thing to do in bulk, with just toast on the side. She goes, all right, well, I have taken the morning off of my job to be able to assist you all. What is your plan for today?
We gotta go to the doctor's office.
Yes.
Right.
And then after that,
results back.
and then I didn't really have anything else, I guess, save for attempting to go back to Faerun.
Do we have to go back? It's so nice here.
Yes, we have to go back.
The cult has to be stopped. As nice as it will be to stay, we have other responsibilities.
But it's dark where we're going, and I don't like it.
Well, you know. But we still have to.
Fine. Well, just think, you still have the little metal piece, so you can come back basically whenever you want, right? You can just pop back in, no problem.
I guess so. Although it would have been nice to see Takashi.
I know. He's sorry that he isn't able to make it, but again, he doesn't feel like gathering everyone together, and him as well. He's afraid he's already tipped his hand, and he doesn't want to drag you all into something further than what you're already dealing with. He's complicated.
Is he at least doing okay?
He seems to be. I mean, we've had a bit of a time kind of figuring out what we are, but it's been really great having him back, and I think he's kind of fallen back into the habit of the city. Um, so much has changed since he left. Caitlin's gone, Severin's gone, the BID's gone, so... Okay is relative, but I think he's okay.
That's good. I had hoped that he would, be able to relax more than he seems to be.
I think this is how he relaxes. But I don't know. I remember when I was a little girl, he was always working. This is what he does. Who he is. He is his job, he is his mission, and I cannot fault him for that. He always took care of me and made sure that I was safe. But he's never been one to just sit around and enjoy what's on the television and not try to make things better.
All right. Well, at least tell him he should go to the mall sometime, because that was really fun.
I've been telling him. He keeps saying he's too busy. I think I'll just drag him there one day. That'll be more fun.
Perfect.
All right. Well.
Go back to the doctor, man.
To the medical clinic, and then how did you get here? We have no way of providing interplanar travel.
No, I can do it. I mean, I think it would be easiest to. I mean, every time I come here, I end up in that same park. So maybe if we go back there and I can go from there, and I should be able to get us back to where we came in, or somewhere close in the dark place, I think. That was kind of my first time using it.
Well, then experimentation it is. All right then. To the clinic. Let's go find out what your results have to say. Hailing another taxi.
Yeah.
Unless there's anything else anyone wants to do.
Not specifically.
Cool.
Hard to train in her apartment, I suppose.
Yeah, I figure we might be able to sneak some training in when we get to the park, maybe.
Definitely have enough space. Alrighty.
We'd have tore her poor apartment apart if we did our normal thing in there.
I have lived in apartments that small, and 6 people sleeping in an apartment that small is crowded.
Yeah.
It was fortunate Nicholas was small because... All right. Heading to the medical clinic, you guys head in the front door after hailing the taxi and enjoying your morning drive through the city. And it's entirely, it's crazy how much the city changes between night and day. The drastic difference that the sunlight makes versus the city lights. It's like going through shiny space. Yeah. You walk into the medical clinic, and the middle-aged woman who works the front counter looks up at you and gives you a nod. Koro approaches. Yes, we had some tests that a couple of my friends here were having done, and we're just wondering if the results are in yet. She gets your names. Ken Silverlight. Strange. Outworlder name. All right, I'll just put it all on one line. And Mia. Proper name. All right, so let me get your results. All right, let me actually let the doctor know. He wanted to speak to both of you. 1 second. Turns around.
Did I win the blend test?
She does not answer.
Oh.
Walks into the back. Moment later, the older man, the male doctor that had been assisting the two of you, or doing like the genetic testing. Ah, good. You're back. We did find something strange. It appears you both are at least predominantly rooted in human genealogies. I see a little bit of elven influence in the gene, the way that they God, what's the right word for it? Show themselves, demonstrate themselves. The way that the way that they are arranged. There's something more elven there for you, young lady, but young man, I can see that for the most part you are both human. However, there is a significant part as well that if I were not a holy man, I might not have recognized as divine. You are both somehow part god.
Well, Ken makes sense because he essentially got a transfusion from one.
That makes sense.
But for
Does
me,
that mean I win?
It means that I cannot, unfortunately, offer you any other answers. I have never come across mortals that had divine influence to this level. And Azamar, or at least from what I've read of them, has some, but they are more closely linked to the protectors of that realm. Angels, the Modrons, the not God. Yours is very distinctly linked to deities.
Well, yeah, so I got a confession to make. I kind of already knew, but I was just curious how the process work here in this plane. So, well, kind of interesting to, I guess, hear, I guess, an outsider's perspective on their results.
Well, let me show you a visual representation of what we see here. And he kind of like waves his hand. You've seen these screens around, the television screen. He waves his hand in front of it, and it changes from its kind of like passive scripture, like the text that was just on there as the background. This is a visual representation of what we call your DNA.
Aaron
It's
is
what
taking
makes
notes. I'm drawing.
the notebooks popping out constantly. It is what we believe is the blueprint of what makes you you. This, and he kind of shows you one that just looks like a normal kind of double helix strand, is what a normal human or half-elven mortal's genetic structure looks like. You can see tiny little changes here in emotions, and they like highlight and here that can show that this one was probably taken from a half-elf, as there are small fey influences within the genetic code. He waves his hand, and yours shows up. And yours looks also like a standard double helix, but the outer rungs of the helix, the straight bars that don't go across the vertical part, is illuminated with a golden light that just sort of flows around like a thread through a glass tube. And this like golden thread of light just sort of twists around within that structure. And this is what I mean by the significant aspect. You can see the cross beams here that show where your different genetic code links together to determine who you are, but throughout all of it radiates celestial power.
That's what I saw when I used a true seeing spell. It was she was like intertwined with it.
Would make sense. I don't know what it means, or unfortunately, how you could have come to be like this, young lady. If your compatriot here already knows he came to be like this. But
Don't
it
know.
is
And honestly, none of that made sense. So sounds good.
okay. Well, I'm going to continue to run some tests just for my own curiosity. If you need any other information, please remember my name is Dr. Albert. Let me know if you have any other revelations. This is intriguing.
Doctor, I can't tell you everything, but I'll give you a hint if you decide to continue your research onto my DNA. Uh, look up the history of dragons.
I had assumed that you were somehow entangled with that. I assume kind of like looks at the horns. Bahamut influence? As it has to
Very
be.
Yeah,
knowledgeable.
yeah.
Huh.
I mean, no disrespect to you, of course, sir, but we didn't
That's okay.
think got it in one, as it were.
There are a few dragons that fit the bill, and the Dragon Queen does not seem your aesthetic, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's putting it very loosely.
Well, that is fascinating, and it is interesting the story that you have shared of your convergence here to becoming this. Okay. Well, if there isn't anything else I can assist you with, I shall be returning to my rounds. But like I said, please, if you uncover any other truths of this situation, let me know. I'm curious.
Well, no problem at all, sir. Who knows? Maybe once we are done with what we have to do back home, you know, maybe we can take another trip here.
Of course. Koro kind of goes, yes, speaking of, we should probably get you guys back so that you can make your way home, correct?
Yes.
That is correct.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
So, real quick, his name was Dr. Albert?
Albert, yep.
Okay.
Because
Just
they
want to
only
make
go by
sure.
first names.
Yep.
I keep trying to give him a last name or to be like, no, that is his last name and his first name. Nope, they only have one name.
Just his name.
There aren't enough people in Acheron to need last names. All right.
As we leave, Mia will lean over to Ken and kind of just like stage whisper a little bit, just like, so was that a good thing or a bad thing? Because he used a lot of big words and I was very confused.
Uh, we're we're on the path to figuring things out, is what he was trying to say. Oh, I think we made some progress to figuring out.
Well, that's good, right?
Yeah, of course. Progress is always good.
Yes, progress.
Let me rephrase that. Progress toward progress towards good is always good. Progress towards evil is bad.
Progress is good or bad. Got it.
Yep.
Yep. All right. You guys head out of the clinic, having had this good bad stage whisper conversation. Koro hails the final taxi, tells him to take them to Memorial Park, which really is it's further away than it looks on this map, but it's only about a mile. Drives down and drops you off. She begins leading you through the park towards the center pagoda. I do hope that you all return one day. Perhaps when things have calmed down or when Dad knows what's going on here and can bring you all in and you guys can
Of course.
attempt to make changes together.
I mean, it's such a cool place, and I can bring us here whenever I want. So, of course, we'll come back.
Good. That would make me glad too, Mia. It's been good meeting all of you. You're all so much more than I had envisioned, and yet exactly what he had described.
Next time, when I come back, can we do one of those things that I saw on the TV called a slumber party?
Oh, what were you watching? I mean,
I don't know. It was just whatever was on when it was kind of late, and I woke up and couldn't sleep because the bed was really weirdly soft.
she kind of like scrunches her face up. The fold out was soft.
Yeah, it was kind of weirdly like it weirdly like went down further than I wanted it to.
Oh, yes, yes.
And I mean, we usually sleep on the ground, so
That's also very fair. I don't consider that, but Dad said that you all had slept on the ground quite a bit. He said that there was. I mean, he did say that there was a time where you had some mansion of your own that you used to sleep in. Was it not that comfortable
Yeah,
there?
it's
That was a
the
pure
key.
luxury, and we no longer can do that.
I don't think I was there for that.
Oh,
No, it was before your time.
that's unfortunate. From what I heard, that mansion was pretty awesome.
Oh, it was.
All right. So, as she leads you over to the pagoda, all right, well, here it is. This is where you arrived. So, uh,
Did we want to train before we leave? Did you want to train with us, Cora?
I don't really train so much. I'm a. I do light receptionist work for one of the. What would it be? It would be like probably one of like
Law
the law
firm.
firms. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Like one of the law firms here. I have limited arcane abilities. I can
But
cast sending, but
shouldn't you always be ready for a fight?
why would I need to be ready for a fight?
So that when you get attacked, you know how to defend yourself.
We have not seen battle on Acheron in years. Nothing, even to the scale of. She kind of like motions around this in all of our history. Aside from this, with the end of the infinite battlefields and the beginning of our new society, we opted to not live those lives of battling, and only those who defended us from outside our walls were trained to fight, like my father. But without the BID, there's no need. Mm, we have a mild police force, but they can handle what roguery happens around here. I don't need to be concerned.
Your father seems to think there's possible danger.
He's worried of the cults, and they are an outside influence. This is true. I'm not sure if it's something that I should be afraid of. Maybe I
Just
should be.
come here. Come here and train with me.
You should definitely be cautious, at least. We have seen their influence. They get
At the
around a
very
lot.
least, train with me. At the very least, train with me and maybe figure out a way to increase your attunement to your arcane abilities. Who knows? Maybe you can learn something new.
Kind of looks over everybody. I'm not getting out of this one without working, am I?
Nope.
Probably not.
It It won't be too bad.
All right, fine. I'll train
Who
with you.
knows? You might think it's. You might. Who knows? You might end up having some fun with it.
We'll see. Okay. What am I doing?
Well, I'm real good at magic, and you said you have some magic, so show me what magic you have.
Show me what you got.
She kind of like, um, well, I can. She ruffles up her hair, and then does prestidigitation, fixes it.
Okay.
I can do. She like snaps her fingers and points over at Aerith, and Aerith, you hear in your mind, I can do this.
Message.
And you can reply to this
Message.
message. Kind of like
What about
scratches her chin.
battle magic?
Why would I need? Again, I don't.
Like
I've
a
never
fire
To
used
bolt.
fight.
I don't know how to make a firebolt.
Hmm. Well, I really wouldn't know how to describe it to you. Maybe Aerith or Mia would. Uh, I'm uh, I'm what's called an artificer. I kind of use spells in a mechanical way, so I won't be of much help with you on that.
I'm a receptionist. I use spells in a bureaucratic way.
Clerical way.
Yes. Well, no, the clerics, you bet. Those were the people at the hospital. So I mean, my strongest spell is sending, and I can only use it once per day. If that helps you understand
Not,
where my limitations might lie.
not
I
really. Can I try to show her how to cast like one of the cantrips, like Ray of Frost or Shocking Grasp?
Sure, you could teach her either one of those, and she would be happy to learn.
All right, Oni, come over here and try to punch and kick me.
Alchemist supplies.
All right, and I think Nicholas was working on his intelligence, right?
I think so.
that
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
what he.
Yeah.
Here, just
Sounds-
real
Because he said he wants to bump it up as much as he can.
Yep. Yep, there it is. Okay, so somebody roll me an int check for Nick, and then everybody give me your training checks.
Don't remember. Was it
So you're
con for me? I
doing
don't remember.
Constitution, yeah, because
Oh,
you were,
that should
yeah.
not be at an advantage, but sure.
Hey.
Hooty hoo!
2d6 for Nick, 4 for Aerith. Ho ho!
Yay.
Hell yeah.
All right, 6 for Oni and 5 for Ken. Then I'm gonna roll an int check for Koro.
I'm just gonna spend mine teaching her combat magic.
Okay, she hits the DC, so by the end of it, she's getting the beginning of it, and she's like, "Okay, I think, okay, I think I can take it from here. So, the shocking grasp, because I'm not going to need to shoot anyone. I don't want to have anything that could hurt people from afar. It's not going to be me.
Well,
But
see,
you're
I
right.
mean,
So
that one-
Hurt people. You want to hurt people up close. I can respect it.
I want to hurt people that are trying to hurt me, and that's it. And if
if
they're
you hit
grabbing
them
me,
before they get you, though.
then I should be able to run, right? They haven't gotten me yet.
Are you fast?
Yeah.
No. Well,
No.
not fast. I'm average. I can run for, I don't know, a minute or two at full sprint.
So I can definitely appreciate that your society has developed in a place of peace. And it's very important to appreciate that fact. But you can't get so complacent that you can assume it will always be that way. Especially with factions like the cult of Tiamat. doing their whole thing to upend that sort of like status quo. At the very least, you need to be able to defend yourself and the people that are important to you, even if you never have to do it. That's ideally,
Right.
you never need to use what you have, but you need to have it.
Should just have it just in case.
He takes a deep breath and kind of lets out a sigh. You sound just like Dad. You're right. You're right. I have lived in complacent peace for too long. All right, show me that bit again with the Ray of Frost. Let me see if I can get that one in my mind as well, and maybe I can work on both. Have
That
something.
one's good. Also, because it slows people down,
Okay, so if I
at
hit
least for a
them,
little bit.
then I could potentially run away better. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Would you mind working with me a little while longer?
Mhm.
As the two of you continue to work, the rest of you go through your training. Aerith and Nicholas find nice, comfortable places to sit down and read, and practice using their alchemical supplies. Oni and Ken, you
I didn't even break
go through your
100.
oh.
So sad.
Your martial forms, practicing your
I forgot
mariner
to.
and defensive fighting styles.
How many was I
Correct.
supposed to roll for
Yes.
Nicholas?
For Nicholas he rolled 2d6. Actually, it's 1d6. He didn't hit his DC because he's doing stupid high intelligence stuff.
That's our boy.
One.
One.
Oh, hell yeah.
There you
Progress.
go. Kyle got the one.
Nicholas falls asleep, being in a place of peace and comfort with the wind blowing in this gentle, like high 70s afternoon. There, the sun is beaming down. The smell of the cherry blossoms and the trees is just so peaceful that when you look over, he's just got like a snot bubble out of one nose that's just like growing, then shrinking, and growing. And then
I go quietly, I put my hand right in front of his face and just snap.
I'm awake. I'm up.
Okay, but it'll be much worse if you do it again.
Well, I don't think he'll have much time. I think I'm pretty much at the edge of what I could
Yeah.
do today.
Just
So,
keep practicing.
yes, keep practicing. Every morning, an hour, and I'll...
Exactly.
Well, I
Alright.
guess I should head to work, and you all should do the same.
Gotta go back to the dark.
Yes, we go back
Oh.
to the dock.
As you guys were doing your training, I forgot to do one thing. Can everyone just roll me a perception check?
Oh, are police gonna be coming?
What are you doing in the park?
What are you doing?
Ken with the nat 20s. Stop, save those for battle.
Right? While you two were training, the two of you, you were... Let's see. So, you didn't see any other people. No other patrons of the park seem to come through. It's early in the morning, and it just seems like it's just quiet here during the day. Koro informs you that it's actually a weekday, which is a day when most people work, so there's not really a lot of people enjoying the scenery of the park. But the two of you can swear that every now and then you hear an extra shuffle of feet. Like a twig will snap in the distance, and you look and you see nothing. You go over to investigate. You like pick it up and you look around and you don't see anything.
I can have feathers keep an eye out.
That's disconcerting.
Is it Takashi? Is he watching us?
Dad? If you're hiding, that's not cool.
Faja?
No response. I mean, it could just... Maybe it's a squirrel?
Squirrels
guess.
Yes,
having
best case
the-
scenario, it will be a
Yeah.
squirrel. Or, like, good case scenario, It could be Takashi, just keeping an eye on you and us, making sure we're safe. Worst case, it could be something else.
I mean, it's touching to think that Dad would be just following me around, keeping an eye on me and you, but if it's him, why aren't you saying anything? It's almost like you're not here.
If it's not him, though, this is very important that you keep this up.
Very well.
I'm gonna move over here, like right here,
Okay.
maybe, like somewhere in these 3 blocks right here,
Mhm.
like in front of Koro, just in case.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go ahead and armor up,
Okay.
minus helmet,
All right.
just in case.
Okay. Ken reaches his hand out, and the dragon children, who now have nice, fancy, bedazzled collars, all snap into position.
All
The collars
color-coded.
themselves, yeah, the collars themselves kind of breaking apart, not breaking, but unlatching and then reconnecting. So Ken now has the collars at various points, like stripped onto his armor. It all merges together.
Like a rainbow.
Hey, that's my
That's up to
thing.
Ken. But nothing jumps out. No Takashi, just quiet stillness. Well, okay.
Yeah. I guess we're gonna get ready to go.
All right. Well, it has been great meeting all of you, and I will keep my trading up. I will be ready when they strike, and I will tell Dad that you send your affection. I want to see him.
Right. Well, of course. Thank you. But yeah, he's half saying thank you and hope to see you again, like half-mindedly, while he's still like,
Mm-hmm. That's fair. All right. Well, with that, as you all kind of sit on edge a little bit, Cora will give you all one last smile and, like, reach out and give me a hug. Go over, grab Aerith, give him a hug. Give Ken and Oni and Nicholas handshakes. Till the next time we meet.
of course.
Bye.
Stay safe.
See you again. I do
She
need everybody to hold hands, please.
walks away and kind of turns around, and with one final, like, half bow, she, till the next time, off the screen.
Just keeping an intense eye on her.
All right, on Koro.
Prepare.
Okay.
Light shift.
All right, so as Mia takes out the staff, you all gather around.
Yeah, I'm still, still looking at things, and then right before she's ready to cast it, I'll calm it down a little bit to hold hands.
Okay.
Need your hand, Ken. Thank you.
All right. Everybody grabs hands.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and where are you going, Mia? And what are you using as the focus?
All right, I guess so. We have the focus for our plane because I used it to get back after I did this with Takashi. And okay, so it says
The egg.
you. Well, it says you can like specify a target in general terms such as City of Brass, Eternal, Elemental Plane of Fire. So I guess like general terms of like the Underdark and like hopefully close to where we left, I guess.
Okay.
A safe space in the Underdark.
This guy get up next to you
Yeah.
so he can hold your hand.
Inside a purple worm, please.
Did you
Inside
put
a
your staff
purple worm.
out?
Yeah, maybe not the Purple Worm Den, but like somewhere close by if possible.
Okay. All right. I see what you're trying to do. You don't want to get immediately
You
eaten.
feel me?
I mean, not really, I guess. If we have to, that's fine, but prefer not to.
She's okay with a little bit of getting eaten.
Just a little bit of
If
forward.
if one person gets swallowed, it'll be all right.
Well, as you all gather, Mia, you place the staff in the center. Your hands kind of clasped over top. You picture in your mind the Underdark, and then you picture the purple worms, and then you kind of like reel your mind back, like not quite there, but
A little bit
nearby.
to the left.
And as you begin to cast the spell, you guys feel the magic begin taking place. And can you sigh as you see Koro turn a corner, healthy and hale, and the world around you begins to form those cracks. And then there is a single word, and the spell dissipates. The cracks themselves kind of shattering into sparkles of etheric energy. And as you spin around on your heel, you see a face, a man across the stream with his hand outstretched, about 50 feet away from you all. A face that none of you have ever seen. You've had described to you. Now, wanderers. You weren't planning on just leaving, were you?
Can
Shouts out
I
across
Misty Step directly at him?
As he speaks the spell, you begin casting your Misty Step spell as he begins casting his own incantation. So, where are you Misty Stepping to?
It's 30 feet. Yes, that's
This
the
side of the
farthest
river.
I can go.
Okay, you step forward, and in that moment, his hand, which had just cast the counter spell, clasps tight, gathers in arcane energy, and his whole body pulses with energy. And as this happens, I need everyone to roll me initiative.
Motherfucker.
Right.
Who's this guy?
You've
Yeah.
only...
It's convenient that we're running into him now and not like, we left with our new friend Takashi's daughter Koro completely vulnerable to this motherfucker, right? That's good.
Yeah.
We're just gonna leave a dead body here.
I don't know why it didn't add me. By the way, I made sure to click myself and it still didn't. I'm
Oh
sorry,
no,
Dave.
it didn't. It
Oh, it's
didn't
all
do
good,
to me
it's all
either.
good. I had your initiatives from the past battle still in there, so I had to delete them, and I think I deleted them too fast and deleted all of them. So
Got you.
that was on me. Initiative for
Yeah.
Nick and Mia? Yeah.
Sorry, I was wondering if the wild magic, would I still roll for that even if it got counterspelled or not? Because I was getting ready to roll that, but I don't know.
It expends the spell slot, so yeah, it would
Technically?
technically, yeah. Aerith,
Nice.
as you step
Okay.
forward, you see as Severin the Red casts his spell, this arcane pulse around him as his body twists and shifts and grows in massive proportion, stretching into the shape of a large dragon with these strange iridescent scales, horns that stretch out and back. A dragon you've never, ever seen before emerges in front of you as true polymorph takes effect.
What the fuck?
Oh, I couldn't.
What? I rolled better than most of you. Ah!
We did real good.
All right,
I
let me
was
get a
about
battle
to
music
say,
going.
If it was a true polymorph counter spell, but...
Oh, I need... You weren't close enough. I need... He had to use distance spell to counterspell Mia from where he was. I need somebody to roll 3d20s for Nicholas's portents and to know that he has those.
Roll them and remember them because
Right.
this will nuts.
Nice.
There you go.
I did.
There you
Hey,
go.
That is good though
Absolutely.
because that means you can force a 3 on the Severin boy over here,
Yeah.
or a
It's true,
4
I
or
can
a
force it on
6.
him.
The other thing, Ken, in the moment that you looked over, he was not wearing the red dragon mask. It is the human human face of Severin, the thin, kind of gaunt face with the rough cut goatee. recognizable from the stories that Rose had told. I don't think anybody here had actually ever seen him before, but
Not close
recognizable.
up.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, I need him there so that I can. And the thing's happening. Hey, don't nudge me. And then I need to pee really bad before we start this, so I'll be right back.
Right. Take a quick break because I also have to go to the bathroom. Ugh.
We had such a touching little like send off with Koro, you know. Everybody else
This
was, we were
motherfucker
in
shows up.
high spirits, but also like bummed because we were about to have to go back in the Underdark, and then he just stepped all over our dreams.
Ah.
Piece of
And
shit
is
of a
this
man.
is this that new dragon that Kate showed us?
Oh fuck!
I
Because
really
the
hope
token
not.
looks.
Wait, was it sent in our chat or was it sent in FC Tavern?
No, I'm pretty sure he's also. I think it's
Fuck! No,
in
it was
our.
Gina that did it. It was Fox that sent it. The appearance is extremely similar.
Yeah, the face definitely looks a lot like that. The color's darker though, so maybe it's not. Maybe it's like
But
something
like,
similar.
The horns, the whiskers.
Yeah, the
eyes.
like feathery looking horns coming off and the elongated whiskers definitely look up. Gang.
Well, gang, if push comes to shove,
We're killing this
I'm
motherfucker.
gonna get the. If push comes to shove, the button's right
Yeah.
there.
I don't want you to press it.
I mean, I
Our
won't
boy has
die.
been waiting for an opportunity to press it this whole time.
I mean, I don't like. I haven't been waiting for an opportunity. Like, I don't want to, but
It's been,
It's
I know
forced.
it's been on your mind because every big enemy we've come across since you did it the first time, you've mentioned the button is there. So just
And all of us are just like, don't
I
press
support you,
Don't press
especially now that we know you won't outright die from it. But just remember, if you do it, you're gonna get hit with multiple levels of exhaustion that we found out after you did, that last. So make sure if you do it, it counts because you're gonna be in a rough state afterwards.
yeah. I don't like. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to push the button. I don't want to, but
So yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I want you to push it so bad because it's so dope, but I know how rough it can fuck you up. But it's so badass that you could just Hulk out into Ascalon for a little while. Like it's. I would not be able to function with that kind of power because I would have did it multiple times and gotten us hurt and killed probably over and over. So I definitely respect the discipline to not have done it yet.
Here's the character art that I got for him. All right.
That looks way more badass than because I have it zoomed out to like 60% so I can see more of the map, and like the token did not do that justice at all. He looked like a sickly old dude.
No. That took like 3 hours of finagling with an AI generator. But I love it. It's so good. It's so what I've had in my mind for him this whole time. But all right. Oni, as you see, as a person you've heard stories of, this traveler through the Dale Lands, this terrifying, powerful man emerges from seemingly nowhere, interrupts your trip home, and turns into a dragon. What would you like to do?
Well, the fight or flight instinct has kicked in, and obviously we're in fight mode. So Oni's just gonna put a hand on Ken's shoulder, like, all right, I guess we're going, and then he's gonna dimension door and put Ken right here, and then Oni's gonna be like right there, just so that I can circle around to give us flanking on this fool.
Okay.
Quick question: how deep is the river water?
It's like 3 feet. It goes down to like knee depth. You can run through it. It's a koi pond.
And then I'm immediately swinging my 2 attacks because that's one of them, unfortunately. But
Okay, so 30 hits. Go ahead, roll me damage.
all right,
And I think, let me see. Do I want to? This is turn. Okay.
Man, this place hasn't seen war in a millennia plus. And all of a sudden, a fucking dragon shows
They haven't
up.
seen
right?
a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
We just had to show up
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what it can do.
because everything seems to follow us.
25 also hits, and it's going to use one of its reactions to use a reactive rend against the first hit. 22 to hit Oni?
nope,
No. Okay.
that wouldn't even hit prior to punching. Oni's got 23 base.
Ooh, alrighty. So a total of 20, 36. Okay.
All right, and then flurry of blows.
All right. Oh,
Nice.
no.
Hey.
And now everybody's got advantage on them until my next turn. Enjoy, gang.
Yes.
This is on the house. Compliments of the chef.
Compliments of the chef. All right. Then that would bring us to Mia.
Oh no.
As the man, you looked over your shoulder, you saw a man shout out to your crew and
After
then
shattering your
shift
spell.
and yeah,
Right.
after canceling your spell and kind of twist and shift into the form of this massive dragon. You watch as Aerith stepped forward through space. Oni and Ken also disappeared and reappeared.
Do I still see Koro around anywhere?
No, she is out of sight.
Okay. That's good. Boy.
We had some really ominous foreshadowing, huh? We were just talking about you never know when something like this could happen, and then something like this happened.
It was so perfect. It was like you guys fucking knew. And I've been sitting here with his token following you guys around.
What a fucking creep.
It's Severin the Red. What do you think?
But he has no life. No, I'm kidding.
He's your big bad.
Also, don't forget, gang, if you're within 30 feet of me, if he does the dragon fear stuff, you got advantage on the save.
I don't know if that's gonna help me at all. But thanks.
It's something.
It is something.
Right?
But given my luck with dice rolls, I don't.
Okay, how big is a 30-foot radius sphere?
Let's see, I think I can draw. Yeah.
Is it pretty big?
Yeah, about that big.
Good lord!
This is from center, too. Unless it's
I had...
edge. Oh, that's diameter.
Saving throw.
Snap. To corner.
Does Careful Spell, does that, for a spell that lasts more than one round, does that only protect them against the first round?
What are you casting?
A spell?
Nether's Mischief. No, I'm kidding.
Not on me.
Yeah, it just says that when they're forced to make a save, they automatically make that save.
But yeah, so that, does that, like, continue on throughout the entirety of the spell? If it's, like, subsequent, like, every turn you have to make the save?
don't even know how to Google it.
Right.
Okay, what is the
Okay.
spell?
Well, I'm gonna cast Sickening Radiance, but I want to not,
Oh,
hit you
have it
guys.
affect us.
Yeah, because I have Careful Spell, but I don't
It
know if
only
that.
it only applies on the turn when you cast it because it specifies when you cast in the careful spell description. So if they stay
Right.
in it, they wouldn't have the automatic success, but they'd have it on the first one that goes out.
Right.
Found a
But
rule.
any and all future turns afterwards, we would have to make the save.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
Should I not do that, or do you guys want me to do that?
3 of us
Please.
are in close combat.
I know, that's the problem.
There's actually a sage advice like article on it that the reason and Sickening Radiance is like specifically listed as an example of why careful spell doesn't work.
Right.
What if you centered it higher up so it only clips this line of him? That way you don't have to hit us. What about that?
It's worth a shot. He'd be
'Cause I
within
feel-
the radiance.
Could you keep him there?
I mean, he
Well,
has
as long
been
as long as Ken can hit him, even if he tries to leave his movements in 0, he's got Sentinel. So
Yeah, that's true.
Can I do it above
Hey.
so that it wouldn't like hit them like above their heads?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
yeah, get him. Now the town's gonna be wondering why is there a giant green.
And so it's on the-
It's a work day. We don't care.
I got business to do. Let's see. Okay.
I'm not messing up my work shoes to go check that out.
Okay, all right. It's on the start of its turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty then. Anything else you want to do on your turn? You drop your evil green bubble.
Just, I guess, move a little bit so that 5, 10, 15, 20, 23 over here.
I was about to say, like, don't clump. We don't know what its breath attack does.
That's what I'm trying to at least not clump with.
Yeah, Aerith, when it's your turn, you go this way. Go this way somewhere. If you get into melee, go like. That way, at most, we could try to
currently
force it
in
to
its
hit
melee
maybe
range.
2 of us.
I'm currently in
Yeah,
its
but
melee
that means
range,
you-
so...
Yeah, but that means you can move. Don't leave its melee range. I'm talking about your melee range, so you can still hit it because you like to use your rapier.
Yes.
Let's
Just
see.
don't be in a line with Ken, Mia, and also Nicholas to give them, prime targeting
Yeah.
opportunities. Our little boy down there probably can't take a serious dragon breath, I don't think.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, okay, all right. So he has to do his con save at the start. That is a 26.
That does pass. 'Cause I'm at a 22. So I think it just does nothing then.
Nothing on
But
the
it still
turn.
stays
Okay,
there.
but it's still signaling there. Okay. He's gonna move, so you're gonna get your booming blade extra damage, Oni, and you'll have an attack of opportunity as well.
Hell yeah.
Ken
He's
could
going
try to
to.
sentinel him there.
He's not leaving
Yep.
Ken's attack range, so
Oh.
he's
Uh,
not able to sentinel. he
Okay, well, he's
kind of
still
like
in the bubble.
yeah, he crouches
Alright,
down
right,
out
yeah.
of the bubble as best he can and like scurries around the ground in like a solid shoop. 21 just misses.
Alright, and then let me set off the booming blade.
Well, it doesn't say it. Oh well, never mind. You
You have
said
to hit him with
it's
an
still
attack
in
of
my range,
opportunity.
so
Yeah. And then I need the 3 of you
Damn it!
No.
to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh,
What
it's
element is it?
con.
Is it
Time.
goblins again?
No,
It's
it's
time.
time. It's the fucking dragon that Fox put up.
It's a time dragon.
Oh.
God damn it.
As it scurries around, it
I'm
rears back, and you hear
scared.
Severin's voice out of its mouth. Allow me to show you something I have learned about in my travels.
Wait, we also get a plus. We also get a plus from Oni, right?
No,
That's
that's for
advantage on
charm or frighten.
Fuck.
That was purely for if he does, you don't have to run or you can't approach him. But
Yeah.
he didn't do that, unfortunately, so I can't help you.
Okay, so this one gets a little bit tricky. Ken, you saved, so you take 23 points of force damage. And that's all you have to worry about. Oni
Sophia
and
disappears.
Aerith.
Yeah, I don't see this because I disappear because otherwise I hit Nicholas with necrotic damage and I don't want to do that. So I guess I'm disappearing for the turn.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I'm sorry.
So I was
At
just
least
reading
you're
the wild magic and I'm
safe.
like,
Yeah, and
right? It was either each creature within 30 feet of you takes a D10 of necrotic damage,
Oh, no.
or I'm transported to the astral plane for the turn.
Oh no. Okay. So Oni and Aerith, you both take 46 points of force damage. You're both poisoned, and all attack rolls against you both have advantage.
Oh
Hey,
God.
so it's just like what's on him right now. Cool, got it.
As the beam of energy radiates out in a 60-foot cone, you watch as the plant life that it hits immediately turns gray, ashen, crackles, and turns to dust as it's blown away into nothing but the dust and atoms that it was born of. Everything that the beam touched that wasn't you guys was aged thousands of years in an instant and turned to dust. You now stand in a cone of just disintegrated matter as you feel your whole body sluggish and kind of desynchronized with the time stream, just jagged and hurting. Ken, you're still in sync with time. You didn't get blown out of time, but that's his turn. That's Severin's turn.
I don't
Nicholas.
like you.
I don't like you.
Sorry if it takes me a little bit longer to do things. I wasn't ready because I was reading Nicholas's stuff, and then I realized that I was going second in initiative. But I guess that he's gonna try to cast Earthbind
Okay.
on the dragon.
Okay, keep it flying. Like Sky, we paid attention to you for like 2 straight hours today. Give me
Right.
just time to
Still
finish
being
my
a butt.
game. As a 25 on the save.
Aw.
Use
Can he
his
use a
divination
point to
die.
lower it?
Yeah, don't forget.
You could.
Yeah.
You could.
Yeah,
Use a
I'll
portent
I'll
instead.
use. Well, would a 6 be fine?
You don't know. He never
All right,
knows.
let's use the 6.
Okay. With a 6, that gives him a 13 on the save. So he
That's
Hell
fails.
yeah.
That's much better.
But then he decides to save, so he saves.
Oh.
Yeah, hey, that works though. It's
Yeah,
good though.
well, we burned
That
one.
just forced one of them. Yep.
Yep.
Right.
You take those.
Yep, you do. Alright, anything else from Nicholas?
I don't know if he has anything bonus actiony, so I'm just gonna say no.
Okay. Oh, let's see.
And yeah, the bubble is like 10 feet above everybody's heads, so he should have to stay in it unless he leaves the circle, because I think he's just too big.
Okay.
He's
End
too
of
tall.
end of Nicholas's turn. He kind of like the dragon stomps his front paws into the ground, front claws in the ground, and reaches or leans back and roars. And Aerith, you feel as time around you accelerates and accelerates and accelerates, and your body stops responding. You now have a movement speed of 0, in addition to the other things from your dragon breath fail.
The other thing.
Christ.
Oh.
Ken.
Okay, I have a question because Is it because we're timed? Like, could he have targeted Oni with that?
He could have if he wanted to, but he wanted to target Aerith because he knows Ken and Aerith.
I was hoping he wouldn't know that I can't have my movement reduced at all.
He
I was
didn't.
gonna try to argue.
Oh no, trust
Hey, my
me.
boy, this
I
movement's
did the argument on your behalf because I knew you had freedom, and so you would be fine. But he doesn't know Oni. He knows Ken and Aerith, so they're the big focuses
That's
right
about
now.
Yeah,
it.
we're prime targets number 1 and 2.
Sorry, Earth. I was gonna try to help.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Good looking out. All right, Ken. A green sun erupted above you, and then you were hit by time. What would you like to do?
I have a question.
Okay.
Time.
Will the dragon slaying effect take hold while fighting him?
Yeah, he's a dragon. So you get the
Bet.
extra plus. I think it's an extra +2. Or is it +1?
I think it was +1.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about the
It
bonuses.
didn't go up yet.
Remember,
Alright.
you got advantage on every attack roll.
Yep. And a fit of rage, we're gonna squeak.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Rage
The
indeed.
19 and the 20 right next to each other.
Right? He angy. And again.
Hell,
Oh my
Ken
god.
hell
Angie.
yeah. Drop your thunder gauntlets, drop your jolt, fucking
Hell
send
yeah.
it, bro.
Everything, dude.
Get him.
Yeah. Blooming Blade. I can't use Thunder Gauntlet since I'm not punching with Nidhogg, but
It's true.
I think
You still do
activating-
your jolt though, right?
The Arcane Jolt's Battlesmith. He's
Yeah.
got the.
Oh,
He's got the. Yeah.
damn.
The runes. He could use the runes in the sword.
Do
Okay,
it. Do it.
7
Still-
charges.
Jesus.
Hell yeah,
Well, you can
dude.
use. I think you can only use a number of charges equal to your proficiency, right?
Oh wait, hold up. I think I got the cards somewhere in my gallery. Give me
Yeah. I
one
know there's a
second.
cap on how many charges you can use.
'Cause
You can
if I
use
had the
5.
choice. Yeah.
But still,
let's
5,
find-
that's what, 10 because of the crits.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Right.
an extra 20 on top of whatever normal damage you're about to throw at this thing.
So
Because it was a
Blade-
crit on both hits.
Yeah, so Blade Rooms, whenever you take the attack action, regardless of which weapon you choose, you can expend any number of charges up to your proficiency bonus to empower one of the runes. For next minute, you'll deal an extra 1d6 for each charge expended. Whenever you roll a 20 on your attack roll with this weapon, each creature of your choice within 5 feet of the target also takes 2d6.
Nuh-uh.
But
Nobody else is
He's
close.
by himself, so.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, you got
But
5 charges up, that's an extra 5d6, doubled
yeah,
to
and it goes through
10d6,
both of them.
doubled
goes
to
off on
20
both of
because it
them.
was 2 crits, yeah.
Yup.
Which element do I want to
20d6.
Which element do I want to fuck this guy over with? Yeah, I'll let y'all pick.
What elements do you have? Do you have essentially all of
He's
them?
got all of them. Yeah. The 5.
Yes.
5 chromatics. I think necrotic and radiant
cold,
too.
acid, yeah, cold, acid, poison, lightning, fire, necrotic, and radiant.
Radiant?
I want to
Yep.
say fire.
I don't know the first
You know
thing
what
about this
they'll
thing,
do?
so go with what you feel.
Right.
I kind of want to do radiant.
Yeah, not a lot of things are resistant to radiant,
I don't
so
know. I feel like this might be the exception.
the time dragon.
The time dragon.
You know what? No. I'm going to use the Shadow Rune this time. I haven't used it yet.
Oh.
So,
Darkness.
I'm going to use necrotic.
All right. As you draw
Okay,
forth
so-
Bahamut's justice, seemingly from nowhere, the sword materializes out of ether and energy from within the suit. You dart forward over towards where, or actually, you don't even need to dart. The dragon stayed within your range. Turn towards it, activating the necrotic rune. It becomes wisped in this dark energy, the shadowy tendrils that were whipping off of the Dracolich you took this power from. You drive it forward into the heart of the dragon. Feel the energy pulse out, and roll me your damage.
Okay, I'm trying to remember Booming Blade on the first hit, so that's 40?
Yep, 48
48.
plus 2d6.
Oh yeah, the fucking Dragon Slaying damage doubles too, huh? Slash R 48. Can I do 48? Like slash R 48 plus 10d6?
Yep, that'll
Yeah.
work.
Okay.
Okay.
Hell
So
yeah. And that's
50
just the first
Wow.
hit.
Right?
59 points of damage as you strike out into the heart of this dragon, both hands on your sword. You carve in, activate the rune, you cut. The dragon reels back, looks down at you, and then there's it looks honestly like it kind of gets like skewed. Like the dragon seems to go almost like rhomboid and like go sideways, and he disappears and reappears 1, 2, 3, 4 over here, away from you.
You son of a bitch.
It's a good hit. The second natural 20 will still land because you're close enough to be able to close the gap. You
Run
can't
and
get
hit him again.
close enough or far enough
Hell
away
yeah.
from you. But he tried.
And throw up another 10d6 because you got the 12 right there. Hit him.
Right?
Hit him. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
12, 54. Okay, well, at least he halved the damage on the harder one. Oof. Okay, you turn and hearing him reappear behind you with a loud growl, you turn, twist, and lunge forward with your sword, cutting right next to him. He reels back like, ah, and swipes down with his claw. End of your turn?
I'm gonna just yell at him.
Okay.
Nearly incoherent screams and like blah 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 blah. You shouldn't have shown your fucking face. Blah blah blah. You'll pay for what you did to Baragos. You know.
Where's... Oh, I see. Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting.
No, shut up.
indeed.
Stop reading things.
No, it's good for you guys.
Okay.
It doesn't have legendary actions.
Oh.
It doesn't have any.
Earthbind.
I guess is it
Never mind.
because of the is it because of the like fact that it can fuck with time?
It
They
has
didn't want to
extra
make it.
reactions. Yeah. But no
Alright,
actions.
well, that's good.
So, Aerith, it's your turn, which means I can't hit you on a end of your turn reaction.
Small blessings. Small blessings.
Right.
I'm going to use. Okay, so
Does two
conditions
use,
conditions from the breath attack were that I'm
It's true.
poisoned. What else?
Mhm.
Attacks against you have advantage. You now have a movement speed of 0.
Okay.
And yes, he
so-
does need to make a concentration save. Let's see, minimum damage to force one. You can't roll lower than a 13, so you gotta do at least 26. The first attack did 29. So he needed a 14. Okay. And the second one, he also saved on. He barely saved on both, but he did manage to maintain concentration on True Polymorph.
Okay.
Could I
Lucky.
try to force one of those down? I can't remember if I have a reaction on Nicholas yet again or not.
No, because you used it on your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just have to come back around.
Yeah, it comes up at the start of your turn.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay, Aerith.
Bonus action, I'm going to Blade Song.
Okay.
And then I'm going to...
You guys start hearing Aerith chanting, but it's going in reverse. So it's like zit yat, yit yat, yit yit.
What can I do? 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 What can I fucking do? Okay. I'm going to shoot at it.
Okay.
And it's a flat roll because of Oni's advantage thing.
Yep.
And poison condition provides disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Mm-hmm.
So flat roll.
Flat roll. 28?
28 hits.
Okay.
Hey.
For 10 force.
Okay. As you raise your gun and shoot the dragon, because I realized I don't have legendary actions, I have to do this with legendary reactions. He's going to use his reactive rend to deal an attack against you. That's a natural 20.
Son of
Oh,
a
no.
bitch.
Why?
Say goodbye to Aerith.
Our
This
poor
is gonna
boy.
be the end of Aerith.
So as you feel time go all jagged and painful around you, your legs hardly responding, you raise your arm, calling forth the power into the Sicarius, you aim and fire, and as you do, you see the bolt hit the dragon. He kind of rears away and looks over at you, and his hand, the claw swipes up, and then it disappears into nothing. You feel behind you this massive impact as you're blasted, like almost prone forward. You take 52 points of damage from the rend attack.
Son of a
Yeah.
bitch. I am hanging
We cannot
by
let
a
him-
thread.
We can't let him get near. We cannot let him get near Nick. Good fucking God. I don't think Nick could take a single hit from the thing.
Trying to keep him
He then
away.
pulls his claw back in out of this like ephemeral portal that seemed to show up out of nowhere.
Can
and
I-
you swear there's a smile on his face.
Can I use my extra attack to cast mirror image?
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't move.
As you like stagger forward in pain, you activate your mirror image spell, and you guys see as these little reflections of Aerith start like flickering around him. But normally, like the mirror image kind of twists and twirls in an almost like predictable, chaotic way. Now they're like just jumping to random points around Aerith. Yeah. Give me another Constitution saving throw.
Me?
Yeah, you can repeat the save on the time breath at the end of every turn.
Oh.
Oh, thank God. We can try to shake it.
20.
Hey, that's what you
That's
needed.
better.
That's saved.
Yay. I'm
As
not
you activate your
poisoned.
mirror image, you feel like time. It's almost like being hooked as a fish. You feel something grab you and yank you into a stream. And as you're yanked in, everything stops hurting and your body reacts to you. You have normal movement speed. Everything is back to normal. All right.
But that was the end
Oni.
of my turn. I can't move anyway.
Yeah, that was the end of your turn. Exactly.
Alright. Oni's gonna move right here. And then
You can move up here for diagonal. Oh,
I'm
never
gonna
mind.
I'm putting my echo up here.
Okay.
Ignore
Because I
me.
can attack from my echo, and I need to. Well, I would have, but I need to get the echo out because I didn't think we were about to get attacked. So normally, when we're out on the field, he's got it, but we were, under the assumption it was safe, so he hadn't bothered yet. So I have to get that out regardless. So
He just wanted to know what you guys were doing, and then you tried to leave. That was rude.
all right, and then I'm just gonna make 3 attacks from this side.
All right. Flat rolls because of the poison.
Yep, and unfortunately, gang, unless I can crit, everybody else is back to flat rolls.
Or worse. Oh.
Does that hit?
Yes, that does hit.
Okay. I just want to do the first one so I can turn the booming blade off.
Gotcha.
That
makes
way,
sense.
it's always a bummer because if I roll good on the booming blades, and then
19.
Jeez. Okay.
and I'm gonna unleash incarnation because my boy's out.
That does hit.
All right, and then I'm gonna action surge because my boy is out.
Okay, one missed. Then there's that.
So, no 18.
Yeah, and
Yeah, it's-
then unleash incarnation's popping off again because it's a new
21.
attack action. There you go, you guys. Crits anyway. Enjoy. That was on the house.
Oh.
All right. Dang. Okay.
not gonna matter.
That's a
to
good
me
amount of
anyway.
damage. 124 points of damage. All right. From the first attack, as you punch out at him, he lashes out with his tail behind him. It disappears into nothingness, comes out from nowhere behind you. Does a 27 hit you, Oni?
Yeah.
All right, you take 28 points of slashing and force damage from the tail across your back.
Well, let's see. I actually only take
16.
11
11?
because I add 12 plus proficiency.
Ah, okay, yeah, 11. Right.
I mean, it's still a good chunk because that breath hit me. I'm still hurt,
Right.
but I can deal with.
And unfortunately, Mia's out this turn, right? You're in the
Yep.
I
astral
come
sea.
back at the end of my turn.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mia.
Yeah. It's okay. I've got 2 people to run, so it's
All right.
fine.
Let's see. Okay. End of that. I
So
need
I come
to.
back now, right? At least.
Oh
come
wait,
back
I get to make or try to make the save, right?
Yes. Yep. DC is 20.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
No.
Let's see. Immediately after a creature can end its turn. Well, unfortunately, Oni, you're a creature that can see that ended its turn, the only one affected by its time breath. However, you're also immune to having your speed slowed. So while you feel time around you become harsher and more jagged and try to pin you in place, there is a freedom that radiates through your whole body that seems antithetical to its own, it's like it's not even there. It's just in a different reality. Okay. Dragon.
Bring me
Roll the
back.
old D6. I see.
I want to
I
Where's
exist again.
Rose? Or not Rose? Where's Mia?
Oh.
see.
Yeah, there I am. Thank you.
Mia reappears. The dragon, or the battle, is still raging. The dragon can be heard over yonder. Let's see. 10 reach doesn't want that. He can't do that. Okay. Can you give me an athletics or acrobatics check, please? Oh, actually, hold on. Never mind. He wouldn't do this. He was going to try to drop you, but he knows you can fly. He wouldn't try to drop you. You have wing boots. He knows you can fly. Dang. That was going to be so fun. It's like, I just wanted to drop somebody. All right. Well, then, what's your AC, Ken?
You're muted, by the way, Ken.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, 28.
28. Is that with haste? Because I don't think you have
Nope,
haste running.
that's normal.
That's
Nope, I don't have haste run.
I thought yours was like 26.
Yeah, I thought it was. Let me see.
Cause
Slightly
Because
lower.
your the other day it was like
Arm-
one higher than Olney's whenever he.
Yeah, you had
Oh,
haste.
wait.
hit. You did.
oh yeah, my
All
bad.
good.
I mean, yeah, 26 is still plenty.
It is, and that's why I was asking, because I rolled a 26 and then two 24s, and so I wanted to know if the 26 hit.
Oh, okay, yeah. Unfortunately.
All right, so you take 23 slashing damage as the dragon reels back and claws down at you twice. These are this first hit kind of getting through your armor, and then as you recover from it, you raise your guard, and as the second and third hits come in, you manage to deflect and block the guard.
Also, I didn't want to interrupt. Don't forget, he's got to make another save because he's still in Sickening Radiance.
He does.
Yes, beginning of his turn.
What's your DC?
22.
22.
You rolled a 23.
Can...
Nope. He can.
Dude, no, I mean, can I use the thing that bad luck? Yeah.
Oh,
No, for me. Now that I'm
Make
back.
him re-roll it.
No, it's just minus D4.
Okay, so he needs a 20. Needs to roll. You need to roll higher than a 1.
You can do it, we believe.
Two?
That damage
Yeah.
was that.
Hey.
Nice. Was that,
Yeah.
No, that
Was
wasn't.
that
So add
in-
3 back.
Okay, so how much was it actually?
20 total?
Okay, 20 damage. No, not 108 minus 20. What the fuck? Just minus 20.
All
Okay.
right. As you see your sickening radiant spell affecting the dragon seeming more resistant to it than you were hoping, you reach out with your bend luck, and as he kind of reels back, there's a flash of white light from within him as he chooses to resist anyway.
That's
two.
It's 2.
Yeah. We're working through them.
All right. 3 attacks on Ken. And then that's going to be it. Doesn't want to trigger Booming Blade, so Nicholas's turn.
All right. I wanted to
move him away.
away. Yeah, that's fair. Yes, he will go 5, 10, 15, 20. And he... pretty much as far as he can get while still being on the battle map.
Yeah.
But can I use Wall of Force to wall like right above his head so that he can hopefully to stop him from flying?
The dragon?
Yes.
Sure.
I can make a flat surface made up of 10 10-foot by 10-foot panels.
Okay.
You stay here. You're down here now.
Pretty much covers like him and then the like 2 blocks that surround him. Okay.
For
So
10
it's just
10-foot by 10-foot panels?
Mm-hmm.
That's not very big, is it?
Each 10-foot by 10-foot is 2 squares, and like
It's
if you
still
did a
something.
6 by 6, that's 9 panels.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So as you
Just want
drop
him, if he tries to fly, I want him to bonk his head because it would be fine.
Wouldn't 10 by 10 be 2 across, 2 down? 10 by 5 would be 2
Yeah.
across and 1 down.
Yeah, that's like 1 panel is a 2 by 2, and this square that I just drew is 9 panels total.
Yeah, so I could, in theory, add like 1 more random panel somewhere, but
Yeah, exactly. Or like strengthen up the middle so it's kind of like a pyramid.
yeah, I'll do that.
All right. As you create an inverted pyramid and the bottom part kind of lowers itself, donk, it bonks the dragon on the head, who lowers his neck and kind of looks up at the ephemeral wall of force, just grins.
Stay.
Anything else you want to do?
Nope.
You're lucky Nicholas hasn't been like dealing damage because his reactive friend only works when he takes
Right.
damage.
Yeah, so I would like to not do that and get Nicholas murdered because that's fine.
Then, this is your turn. Your runes are still active.
When you have advantage.
You're also still muted again.
Yep. We keep that advantage rolling.
23 hits.
Yeah, so you're still muted again. By the way.
Ooh.
That. I was trying to text someone. I didn't want y'all to hear the buzz, buzz, buzz in your ear.
Haptic feedback, yeah. 8 slashing on the first. I'm on Ken's sheet. So 30 slashing on the first. 28 to hit you in
Okay.
response.
Yeah.
Okay. This one did a little bit more damage. What were you saying?
I was like, yeah, I didn't hit the second one, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
2
right.
and a 4. Not so good.
30 from there. And you take 29 points of slashing and force damage. And that's after the reduction.
Oof.
How's everyone feeling?
As you strike out, and again, out of
We're doing
seemingly nowhere, this like twisting or oval-shaped, crackling black portal comes out of nowhere, and the dragon's claw reaches out and claws across you, and then retreats back into it. Anything else you want to do? Bonus action?
Drink a potion.
Okay. Okay, roll your
I got
potion.
comment.
Yeah. Aerith.
Yeah, I got a comment in my. Is it
My
2d4 plus?
turn.
Yes, 2d4 plus 2. And yep, Aerith's turn.
I will use my bonus action to take a greater healing potion.
Okay, 4d4 plus 4.
4d4
Little
plus
bit.
4.
Was 30 damage on a single hit, so make sure.
I mean, could be worse.
Oh, gotta roll his concentration save, doesn't he?
He does. And I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for the fact that he had advantage on them because of Warcaster, this would be really hard. He has a
Use another port.
uh
It switched back over through Nicholas's turn.
it did. You can try. You don't know what his con save is. He needs a 15 to keep concentration on 30 damage.
I'll do it at I'll do the 3.
Okay. With a 3, it's unfortunately a 15.
Ah.
Just barely.
Just barely. He has a plus 12 on his con saves. But that was a good call and a good try. He also had legendary resistance.
I'm gonna get you. One of these is gonna make you break.
You're welcome to keep trying, Ken. I welcome it. Invite it, even.
I'm
You
going
say that now.
to cast Psychic Lance. So please make an intelligence save. That is horrible damage. It's actually it should be a 22? I don't know, or 21?
Is it 21 or a 22? I need to know.
Okay, spell save DC
Is
is
it-
8 plus modifier plus proficiency bonus, right?
Yes, it's the spellcasting modifier, so this is a wizard spell, right?
Yeah.
So it would be your intelligence, so
6
8
plus 5
plus
is 11 plus 8.
is 19. Do you have anything equipped that bumps up your spell save DC?
My file, which
It gives you a
think
plus 2?
Plus 2.
So it's
So
21.
21?
Is what he rolled, unfortunately.
Damn it.
Ah,
So he takes half damage and he's not incapacitated.
Alright. Well,
This is gonna
unfortunately, you know what happens when you attack the dragon.
It's gonna hurt.
Does a 24 hit Aerith?
That meets
You got
shield.
Blade Song.
Shield?
Shield.
Shield. Okay, as
There you
you
go.
cast out your psychic lance, you, out of the corner of your eye, see one of those portals rip itself into existence, and you flash out with your shield spell just in time for the dragon's claw to clash against it with a scraping rend. Anything else you want to do?
I will shoot it.
Go for it.
I have advantage.
Uh-huh. 30 hits.
I am
Oh, so
going
close.
to add a Thing of Bahamut.
Okay.
Because I just want to add additional damage to it.
As you activate yours, there's a laugh from the dragon. I see you all have been busy collecting objects as well. Good, good.
That's all I got.
Okay. You fire out from the Sicarius with the radiant blast of light trailing behind it. It cuts through the dragon, and physically it looks wounded. It looks fucked up. It looks like it's... If this were the actual dragon, it looks like it'd be on death's door. But the way it's being, or it's acting, it's just having fun, because this is just a polymorph.
He's a little
Pony.
bitch. That's what he is, I yell out.
Would you like to do?
Alright, well, swinging from the back, we're gonna keep taking advantage of this advantage, so that I get a flat roll because I am still poisoned.
You are.
Yeah. Oh,
Right,
yeah.
30 hits. Right. So end of that, or at the response to that react or that attack, yeah, it's gonna use his time slip reaction to half the damage to 16 and move 30 feet away.
Pussy.
And it's not a movement; it's
That's
a teleport. So he doesn't.
yeah.
He
I was
just
about
he
to say.
literally vanishes and reappears.
Ah, you son of a bitch.
You're a little pussy. Afraid to get hit by us. I'm just
That was his
taunting
last reaction too. So that's all I got. He can use one reaction per turn, and the other two were hits. This reaction had to be a run.
All I can do is keep swinging at disadvantage.
Okay.
That's all we're gonna be doing.
All right. You close up.
Jesus
Oh, no.
Christ.
So many 18s. Oh no!
Nah.
That's what disadvantage.
As the dragon reappears in this like shuddering like stitching motion, like the stitching of a film where he was in one place and then suddenly in another, the shadow jumps into position and lashes out. Unfortunately unable to land hit on the dragon. All right, any movement?
Yeah, I'm gonna move.
No.
Skedaddle up this way.
Hey, Mia.
Constitution save. Oh, there you go.
Still no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Still no dice.
Oh boy.
this
Oh wait,
dragon's
fuck it. You know
fun,
what?
man.
Indomitable.
Come on.
Hey. All right. As you begin to run, you feel that sickness permeating through you, that kind of jagged disconnection from time, and out of the frustration of your foe running away and unable to hit, you just power through and sheer force of will tell your body to just be good with it. And you feel as time kind of reasserts itself around you and the universe no longer hurts. What you got, Mia?
Hmm. I feel like all I can do is keep trying to burn legendaries because a lot of what me and Nicholas do kind of hinges on that. I'm just gonna try to vortex warp him back into the where he was.
It's a 27 on the Constitution saving throw. I think your bend could get it down.
To a 22.
No.
Yeah, you'd need a 6 in order to get it down to a 21.
Yeah.
Fail.
Don't think I have anything else that helps with that, do I? I don't think I can get it. So that, but let's see. Spell, so I need to roll.
Chaos?
Fine. Yeah, I feel like I'm not being super helpful with the casters right now, but
It's up to you.
Nah, I mean burning the
I don't
legendary.
know.
Plenty, bro.
Yeah.
You could probably take a hit. I don't think Nicholas can afford to attack the dragon, unfortunately.
Yeah, I could take maybe one, but maybe two, depending if he rolls low. But I think that's really all I've got.
Okay. Right then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's outside the sickening radiance, which is nice for him.
Yeah.
But all of his friends are in. Well, not all of them. He didn't get his dragon breath back, because I never get my dragon breath back. Get
Well,
use
that's
them
good.
once.
Small blessings. Small blessings.
Yeah. So that means I don't get to do the fun thing and knock Aerith unconscious.
Womp
Alright. So he's gonna lower himself down to stay under the bubble of the edge of the sickening radiance, like dripping sun of green ichor. He's gonna like scurry along the ground, his chest almost dragging along it, and then lash out
Didn't
at
he get
Booming.
hit by
Bros.
Booming Blade?
Oh, he would get hit by Booming Blade, yeah, because he had to move.
Yeah, he got my booming blade on him still.
I think he has both of your guys.
Double Booming
He
Blade.
wouldn't.
Oh yeah.
He
Oh,
wouldn't.
he
he
wouldn't.
wouldn't. No. That's too much.
Oh wait, he teleported. Yeah, he
Because he
teleported.
teleported before, and that was it.
You lucky.
All right.
What's a little bit of blood, friends? You can take it, right, Severin?
Yeah.
It's just 6d8 from 2 different people. 3d8 times 2.
Instead
bit
of
of
scurrying
booming.
along towards you, the dragon kind of tucks into itself and goes into a defensive posture. He's not taking the dodge action, but he's not doing anything on his turn. Nicholas. Far away is he too from Nicholas? It's like 100 feet? 80 feet, yeah.
80 feet. Boy.
I just like look over to Nicholas's sheet and you've got all like the spells opening and closing.
I know, there's so many spells on 2 different characters.
Do you want me to control him?
Everybody has access to him, so you can. It's just if you guys click off of, like, if you open things or close them, that'll do it for everybody.
Yeah. Multiple
Right.
people looking at one spell. It's like open, close, open, close, open, close.
And I think the red ones are the ones he has prepared today.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. I wasn't sure what that meant, but alright. Let's just is this strength save? Sure, let's try strength save. We'll do earthen grasp.
That
To try.
damages.
Well, the hand damages it. I don't know if that counts as me damaging. Probably.
You just gotta tell me what you're doing. I can't tell you. It's
It's
so fun to me to sit here and just like, you don't know.
I would say go with the slow. Just to hopefully
Slow.
knock out, yeah. To hopefully knock out another resistance.
What is that? A
Wisdom save?
wisdom? Yeah, okay, wisdom save. That could work. Sure.
Alright.
Why not?
So then that will be a 16 on the slow save. He rolled a 7 plus 9. Using his
Okay.
last legendary resistance, because he does not want to be slowed, he will resist that one.
Alright, but that's
Oh,
all
that
of
was
them.
the last
so-
one. That was the third one.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
All right. Anything else you want to do? I
Uh,
know it's complicated running two, especially two casters.
yeah, well, yeah. I just
Akashi
don't even
is a
know
lot
if he has
easier.
any. I have no idea if he has bonus actions or any of that stuff, so no.
Okay. Hey, I mean that's also kind of the risk that happens when you have to have a player down. You know, just sometimes the character doesn't get run optimally. But Ken, it is your turn.
Yeah. You're not getting away, fucker. And then I'm gonna pop.
Okay, you activate.
I go
your haste
fast.
spell.
20, 25, 30, 35. Yep, we're gonna get right there.
As you step within its attack range, his held action goes off, and he strikes out at you with a rend attack. It's a 32 to
Oh
hit.
wait, fuck.
Hey, guess what? The echo interposes itself.
Okay.
It eats the attack for you. I got you, dog.
Hell
That one's on the house.
Okay, there you go.
All right, as you close in, you see the dragon, who had been waiting for anyone to get close enough to attack, sees you close in and lashes out, and as he does, the strange wispy shadow creature that had been appearing and disappearing leaps in front of the claw and takes the attack, being dissipated into nothingness, and the dragon Severin slightly blue-balled. Rest of your turn?
You ate a shadow.
All right.
Congratulations.
Alright, make sure I click normal. First hit with Booming Blade, obviously.
That hits.
Hey.
Roll me your damage. He's looking really messed
So
up.
remember the damages. 2d8? Yeah, okay. Gotta remember it's 2d8. Not gonna upgrade.
2d8.
5d6.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, dude. Swinging.
That is a really, really good roll of damage.
Hey.
All right.
Hell yeah.
So, as you activate your haste spell, Ken, closing the gap, you find yourself immediately in front of this dragon. The strange portal erupts out of nowhere. The claw strikes out. Oni's shadow is dissipated. You kind of jump through the still fading image of Oni's echo and strike out with your sword, carving down across its chest. The dragon reels back, and its body kind of undulates and pulses and shrinks and falls to the ground. And then the man, Severin, stands up and cracks his neck. Well, that was fun, but now it's my turn.
Oh, I still got another swing, fucker.
You
You're
do.
still a pussy.
Oh wait, I gotta take off dragon now, don't I? Oh, hold on, let me take that off.
What did I do? Map layer 2. Does the map look correct to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. 28
definitely.
does hit, yes.
Shot, 5d6.
Alright, so 31. Alright. You slash down, and then having to use a little bit more movement to step into the space between you and the smaller form of Severin, you laterally cut across his chest as he, keeps backpedaling away from you. It's still just this shit-eating grin on his face. Anything else you want to do?
In character, Ken is just laser focused and full of rage, but out of character. Guys, I think this is a trap.
No, why would that be? Why would it be a trap?
But
That doesn't make any sense.
We know he's crazy, so there's no about to happen.
Yeah, look at him still smiling and activate defensive field.
Okay.
So, let me see, defensive field. It's the same temp HP as level? Armor level? I can't remember.
I think so.
I gotta remember. Defensive field, bonus action, equal to your level. Okay.
Cool.
Yep.
14 temporary hit points. All right. End of Ken's turn. Aerith, it is your turn.
Does that mean Aerith can move now that the dragon's not up?
Aerith had shaken the poison a while ago.
Yeah.
No, I mean the time slow thing. The
Yeah,
thing
I mean that
took
was
his movement.
that also shook as soon as he shook the poison. I thought I said that. That
Oh,
you
I
had your movement speed too.
I thought you had the little thing right there to mark that he couldn't move.
I think
No,
that's
that
his
thing.
playthrough?
That thing is my mirror image.
Oh, mirror image. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. You have full movement. Oni, you still are affected by it, but that's just because you haven't saved against it yet.
No, I
You
did.
did.
Say. I got a net
Oh, you
20.
did. That's right. You did. That's right.
Finally
Natural
did.
20. Natural 20. I'm sorry. Long battle. Lots going in my head right now. I'm now looking at Severin's character sheet like, okay, what do you do again?
Right.
I will cast haste on myself.
Okay.
Double gotta go fast.
Double got
So
fast.
right now, my speed is at 80. I'm pretty sure I can get up to him. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I will get to here. And I still have my extra attack, so I will poke him with advantage.
Okay.
27?
27 hits.
I'll just poke him normally. 13. And then I have my hasted action.
Okay, you do.
So I will poke him again.
22. As the 22 comes out, he turns towards you. He will use his reaction to cast shield.
Can I use my reaction to cast counterspell?
I mean, technically, sure.
Get him.
Okay. As he goes to gather in the very simple energy of shield, you see it coming, and you know it gets shattered. Ram your rapier through his hand and kind of twist it. And he's rude, but I respect it. End of your turn.
I don't want your fucking respect. Yes, it is the end of my turn.
Right. The end of your turn, the robes that he's wearing begin to alight with flames that flicker gently and then burst out from around him. I need Ken. Oh, wait, there's no save. Ken and Aerith, you both take 11 points of fire damage. And he's gonna go...
Oh, joy.
He'll just go right over here.
Wait, shit.
Is that
how much
moving
was
or is
that?
that teleporting?
It's teleport. It's a teleport.
How much?
Ken?
Wait. How much was that damage?
11.
Okay, so I gotta re-add 11 and take it off my temp HP.
There you go. Yeah. He, for his legendary action, will use 2 legendary actions to cast Fiery Teleport and basically just Thunder Step away, but it's fire. And he just appears over there, kind of just floating about 10 feet in the air. Actually, he doesn't have anything on him that lets him natively fly, so he wouldn't. I wanted him to float because it's cool and ominous, but he's a little landlocked right now. So he lands 50 or so feet away from you and just goes, "If you want to continue this, I'm over here now."
At least it wasn't a fucking dragon claw, because that man was hitting for like 30 and 40. And that would have been a nightmare.
Oni, it's your turn.
I thought you were trying to kill us. Why are you running away like a bitch?
Why would I be doing that? I'm just trying to learn what I can. Why are you here?
Why are you here?
Why are any of us here? You know? I have to use a key point to get up to dash, but I'm gonna get up in his face and swing 3 times real quick.
Okay.
So
Damn it, guys. You guys keep rolling so high.
Not high enough.
It was low booming blade damage at least.
It was.
And then...
Oh!
Yes.
Okay, and let me swing the last one with advantage. Everybody, you know the drill. Everybody's got advantage.
Ken, we need to roll Constitution saves for haste.
You do.
Okay.
Just gotta be a
And-
10.
Fiery teleport. You just gotta beat a 10. I don't think Ken needs to. I think he can natively beat a 10. A 19.
Yeah, my
misses, but-
Constitution save is 11.
Yeah, so Ken's
So-
fine. Aerith, you're fine.
I'm fine.
All right. You dash forward between your two friends through the still dissipating flames that had been emanated out from his fiery teleport, carving across the area. You bam, a heavy uppercut to the side of the head, and as he staggers back, kind of shaking his head, you lash out for the final attack. Swings out of the way. End of your turn, he's going to grab his dagger and attempt to make an attack against you. That's a 16 to hit. Believe it or not, he's not particularly good with his knife. But casting a spell is 2 actions, so he can't do that again. And so he misses you. But Mia, this is your turn.
Wreck him. End him. Kill him.
Great. Just finally do some damage, I guess. Does that upcast?
Him staying still.
Preferably what?
Something to keep him staying still.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if I have anything like that necessarily.
Nicholas does.
Right? Well, problem is that Nicholas is very far away now, and some of his stuff doesn't go that far. And he's very slow.
just a little guy.
Just gonna cast Chain Lightning on him.
Hey. This is a dex save. Okay. Alright. Fails the save. Full damage as Oni is harrying him and kind of pushing him back. The smile is still there, but he's started to bleed and show signs of getting his shit kicked a bit. But he's still just kind of snickering ever so slightly at everything. Let's see.
And he gets electrocuted.
Yeah. Let's target that. Oh boy. Alright. That's what I'll do. Okay. So as the electricity crackles across the field, he looks at Oni. Let me make sure that I'm doing all of this correct, because I just want to make sure I keep things above board, you know?
Mini thing.
Mini thing.
No, it's not allowed.
Only one creature, not a range of self. Okay, that will work. Okay, yeah, that will work. I need Oni and Mia to make me intelligence saving throws, please, against a magical effect. And as he begins to cast it, he looks over looks over Oni's shoulder at Aerith. Do you want to see how a real psychic lance is cast?
He twin spell.
Oh,
No.
You guys are monsters. You just Mia failed at least. And Oni with his natural 20 saves. So let's see, that's 7.
Mia's just like, no, and then
All right, so Oni, you take 19 points of psychic damage and are not
Upcasted.
He did. You are not incapacitated. Mia, you take 39 points of psychic damage and are incapacitated till the start of your next turn. He's then going to make a dagger attack against Oni. It's a 28 to
What?
hit.
No,
Shank.
not me. Yeah, that is.
6 piercing damage.
Hey.
oh shit. That's the end. That's it.
Okay, then I mean we're here. Nah, Oni actually he grabs it as he goes to stab him and like puts it between his bicep and like side, so it looks like he got stabbed, but he didn't.
Under his arm. Just
Yeah.
Who are you? Maybe I could learn that much at least.
Who
And
are
it
you?
tugs the knife free from you. All right, so that was his turn. It's Nicholas's turn.
Let him slowly get closer.
20 feet at a time.
He's just commando crawling through the bushes so that he's not seen.
How far away are we? I can't. How do I scroll up while I'm doing this? I can't.
I got
Yeah.
It won't let me.
You want to know how far Nick is?
Yes.
Let's call it
85 to 90.
85 to 90 feet, like about
Okay.
100.
A lot of his spells can still hit it.
Yeah, he twin cast that at 8 level. No one was close enough for like a fireball or something. Y'all are not clumping.
Part of the fucking plan. I don't think I would use reverse gravity.
Oh, but why? It would be funny, and Oni can fly.
It would be, but I don't know.
Rude. Cutting me off at the pass. I would use that one if I could reach.
Yeah, that's a range of 60. What's the range? on
With 20
reverse?
feet of
100?
like 100. With 25 feet of movement, can I get within 60 feet of him?
25. I don't think so.
No.
No.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, reverse gravity it is.
C'est la vie.
Yeah. All right. Strength save.
Creature
Dexterity
can make a
save.
dexterity saving throw to grab onto a fixed object it can reach, thus avoiding the fall.
That's a 7. All right. So he is flung upward into the air. And I guess he's just hanging at the top of the 100-foot high cylinder, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You can
Oscillating
choose to
slightly
fill
from
those
the
saves,
vertical.
right? Like I could just let it do it to me too and get raised.
Sure. Yeah. You feel the gravity around you shift, and as your foe flies upwards, you just let yourself go with it. Okay. So is Nick just going to hold them up there?
Yep.
Alrighty.
I guess for now.
Let's see.
100 feet in the air.
We're just floating 100 feet. Like, all right, fuck it. This is our domain. This is what we do. We're all about the sky at this point.
Oni, at the end of Nicholas's turn, I wanted to use the 3 action cost legendary attack, but no, I have to use the 2-1 again. You're going to take another 18 points of fire damage.
Okay.
As he's like flailing in the air, and he looks at you and just gives you guys like a, oh, young children, kind of a dismissive smile, and then explodes into fire again. Will land 40 feet above the ground because he can only teleport 60 feet.
Well, you'll at least take a little bit.
And he's going to take
fuck
11
you.
points of falling damage, which he can attempt to mitigate with an acrobatics check, which he rolled
If he does fall trigger booming blade.
It's not voluntary movement. None of this has been voluntary. It's been teleports and
None of this
gravity,
has
which
been
neither of them
voluntary.
do. If he hits the ground and then moves, then yeah, his booming blade would trigger. But it's a good call. Went over here, which I guess he needed to get. How big is the diameter of reverse?
50-foot radius. So
yeah.
I don't know if he can get
Oh,
out of it. if
Can't
he-
get it. Okay.
So there's really no.
Shit. There's no point in that. Oh my god.
So no fiery teleport.
Welcome to
Actually,
I might have
Thunderdome.
caught-
Right? Welcome
It
to
might have caught a
Thunderdome in the
couple other
sky.
people too, as well. Unless
Okay,
I like.
so then I can add 18 back.
You can add 18 back, yeah, because he can't. There's no point. He's not gonna.
Should I have done it so, like, it only hits you guys, or Ken and Aerith? Do you guys want to fly too?
That's a good point.
Doesn't matter to me.
I mean, they'll be able to get into it
Yeah.
when they're both hasted and
Well,
both can fly. So
They're also
Right.
in the 50-foot bubble already. Because if it's centered on
That's what
him,
That's what I was saying. Like, should I have offset it, or I had centered it, but
no,
I don't care.
literally everybody can fly. Yeah,
the three of
there's
us
no
can
reason
fly,
not to.
so then we're offline. Wee, let's go.
no ops.
The only one we probably don't want to put in there unless we're near him is Nick, just because he kind of has to have one of us to fly or cast it himself.
So Nick has moved the entire battlefield 100 feet into the air. Okay, all right.
I guess so. Here we go.
Get it. I'm gonna go ahead. I don't know if either of these are still here, because the wall of force definitely.
No, I
now
wouldn't
he's
drop
got
it.
reverse. Okay, so
Yeah,
figured
and
where he
reverse
left.
gravity is
Another
concentration as well. Yeah.
well then at the end of his turn he can't make use of his legendary actions. So that's it. Ken, it's your turn. You are in the air now, but so is your foe, and for some reason gravity wants to hold you up here.
So we're just gonna speed blitz this hoe.
So,
Advantage. First hit with Booming Blade, of course.
Oh,
oh no.
That's unfortunate, but you got two more.
he's
I
like
believe you.
tumbling around. Shield.
Which brings it up
Shield.
to it. Never mind.
You don't know, but it blocks it. You don't know what his AC is.
Damn.
Unfortunately, the shield still blocks it.
Lucky whore.
As he's like tumbling through the air, trying to find his center of balance to regain some control, you dart in from behind and slash out 3 times. The first one through empty space. Second one comes down and he raises his hand, blocking it with this arcane barrier. He continues to tumble, and you slash down, and the arcane shield protects him once more.
Ah,
This is
bonus
actually a little bit
action.
fun, I have to say. The tumbling around. Earth, it is your turn.
How am I
are you
using
doing
another
something?
potion?
Another potion? Okay, cool. Sorry, I
Yeah.
thought I heard you say something at the end.
Oh,
Oh.
hate to see it.
You go to
That's
drink.
a
and it
very
pours-
watered down.
Reverse gravity.
Yeah, you didn't realize that you were kind of facing the wrong way with gravity, and so instead of dropping down, the liquid poured up. You got some in your mouth, but a lot of it just sort of dribbled down onto the ground beneath you.
Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do? What shall I do? He has shield up.
He does.
God, spells. I was like, I can magic missile, and then I realized, wait, shield completely blocks that. Fuck.
Right.
Does.
Wait, do I
Unfortunate.
have advantage? Did Earth crit?
No, I
No.
didn't this time, unfortunately.
You know, I will still try and Psychic Lance him. This will be my last full bubble.
Right. Intelligence saving throw.
That is much better.
Going through a little bit of a crit recession currently.
What's your charisma again?
Charisma.
Yeah, what's your charisma modifier?
Why?
Why charisma?
Because to get your save, I just want to make sure that that spell save DC is the correct one.
I think
No, it's
21.
21.
Your wizard one was 21, and you have a much higher intelligence than charisma. And okay, this is your wizard. This is your wizard.
This
one.
is a wizard
Gotcha.
spell.
Gotcha. It's multi-class, man. I'm just trying to do it right because I rolled a 19.
Warlock is at 3. Warlock is at 3rd level.
Oh no. Well, it's still. I mean, it uses your proficiency bonus of your character level, not the warlock's level. It would just use your charisma instead of your intelligence.
Yeah, but this
Yeah.
is a 4th level spell, and my wizard is at that level. So, this is a wizard
Fair
spell,
point.
not a.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Okay. Then he fails his save. It takes the damage. And he's incapacitated, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
no actions or reactions.
I can
Righty.
still poke him.
I could still poke him.
Fuck.
And
19 does not hit.
27.
27 does.
Yes.
That does hit.
Hey, get him.
Oh crap! I didn't say I could use radiant barely. Whatever. I'm using a Fang of Bahamut.
Okay. 33 points of damage.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
I like it. I like it.
Alright.
Poke.
Let's see. Because I had used my reaction already. So I couldn't have done that. Okay. Alright. End of your turn. It's now gotten to the point that he would rather do this. So all three of you take 23 points of fire damage.
Can he use?
Eh,
I thought he couldn't use actions.
It's a legendary action that does not classify.
Wait, how much?
so
23 points of fire damage.
alright, so that's 20 for me because that uses the rest of my little temp HP.
Guys, I have unfortunate news.
Are you unconsciously flopping around in the air right now?
Yes.
Oh no.
Well, I guess I
Because it's
won't
not an
drop that
attack
with Nick
roll,
then.
It doesn't affect my mirror images.
Nope. It just deals damage. He appears about 10 feet outside of the field of the
And he
reverse
falls.
gravity and falls 100 feet.
100 feet. Okay.
He rolls a natural 19 for a 29 on his acrobatics to catch himself. So he
Can
manages
I make-
to
Can I make him? Oh shit! How far? Yeah. Am I within 60 feet with Mia?
barely, I'd say barely with
Barely?
Mia, not with Nicholas.
No, I want to.
Reroll it.
Yeah.
Alright, the second one was a dirty 20. So he will take
Oh.
the full damage from the fall. Because you need 100 feet. In order to take half damage from that
okay.
fall, you gotta fall really well. He falls down, and as he's like falling through the air, he kind of like splays his arms out and goes into like a controlled dive, and then you lash out with your silvery barbs, and there's this like burst of wind that just blows him off course, and you watch as he goes bam, 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 and falls through this tree, but hits the ground. Oh,
There you
it's
go.
now your turn.
And I'll give Aerith
Well.
the advantage so that if he has to roll a death save, hopefully he can do it with advantage.
Let's see. I am not going to be able to reach him, unfortunately, because we are 100 feet up.
I was gonna drop
That-
him, but now Aerith is unconscious, so I feel like that's a bad idea.
I could get right here before any like additional stuff, and then I could spend a key point bonus action dash to get back down to the ground. Not down to the ground, but like
Way?
a little above him, 20 feet.
Did he have a nice fall?
He's like picking himself up. He's got like sticks and leaves all torn through his robes, and he's just kind of like.
Everybody's about to get to see something really dumb that doesn't come up often because, you know, Oni's more about throwing else. Let me see real quick. Okay, that's a melee weapon, so that doesn't work with this. Oni's just gonna reach into his robes and he's gonna flick something really fast 3 times and he's just throwing fucking darts at this man because that's the
Hell
only
yeah,
range
man.
option Oni has.
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh.
A nat one, a
There you
20,
go.
a 21. So
You got the hang of it.
no dice because
Yeah,
he's got
still a
shield up though, so
Yeah.
they're all missed.
Oh my goodness.
But that's literally the only ranged option on he has without grabbing a bow, and I haven't had a bow at any point.
Fair. Alrighty. Cool. End of your turn as the 3 darts slam one into like the tree bark next to him. He turns his head and then dart directly into what would have been like the center of his chest, but blocked by the arcane field. The 2 darts fall to the ground. He looks up at you and with his last legendary action is going to take his dagger off his waist and throw it at you. It's a 29 to hit.
Yep,
What a
that'll hit.
bitch. That's your dagger now.
That is 7 piercing damage.
But is it though?
It isn't.
It's not. Oni actually just catches it out of the.
And just pockets it.
You can go ahead and add a +2 dagger to your inventory. He kind of sneers at you and then like staggers away. His head's like one eye half closed, his head bleeding. He's still incapacitated, so. All right, Mia, it's your turn.
Is
Poor Aaron.
I'm just floating up
Right.
yonder.
I'm gonna use a careful spell and snowballs to throw snowballs at him.
Okay.
Sinalock snowball? If that's how you pronounce it.
Yes.
Yes.
Snowballs.
Snillick Snowball Storm. Each creature in a 5-foot radius. Dex save. Yeah, that's a 17, but it still fails.
And I'm gonna do it at 5th level.
29.
Pelt him with snowballs.
Jeez, that's freaking fire damage.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So as he picks himself up off the ground, the darts collide with the arcane shield. He smiles and grins at all of you. Actually, he's looking really, really messed up. I'd forgotten about one thing that he still had. Not quite on death's door yet. Really close. He still has no actions or bonus actions. So on his turn, is it end of your turn?
Yeah. And then I think he gets his stuff back at the start of his turn, though, from the psychic lance.
It's at the end of my turn.
The end of your turn?
End of the caster's next turn.
Yeah. Okay.
So when Aaron has to make a wake up save real quick, then he can move.
Or the start.
Then he has actions rather.
Yeah, it's the start of Aerith's turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So he can't use his actions. He can move. So he's going to kind of like stagger away. Well, at least I've learned a few things. I do hope when we truly meet each other, you understand what you are up against. 15. He's going to kind of head off into this direction, just kind of heading away from everyone, but still smiling and grinning. He looks like he's trying to cast a spell, but like his hands just aren't working correctly, and he can't get it to like manifest the way he wants it to. But that's his turn.
You lucky son of a bitch.
Don't leave. We're not done yet.
Nicholas, it is your turn.
Nicholas.
What did we learn Severin was? Was he a sorcerer?
Yeah.
He He doesn't seem to cast with. He's either a sorcerer or a bard. He seems to cast with some sort of innate magic. I think he was a sorcerer. He has meta magic.
Oh, never mind.
So he twinned and he used distant in this fight.
Nicholas can get here.
Which is how far?
6.
So he can vortex warp or
Now I can do that one.
Which one?
The mental prison.
Oh, yay!
Oh no.
Yeah, let's do that.
This is a high level spell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's going to do more than 3 damage on a fail. Yeah. Do 12. So as he kind of like staggers away and keeps like snapping his fingers, trying to call for arcane power, trying to cast this spell, Nicholas totters his way out from behind the tree he was hiding in, taking his book out, flips his pages over, and casts his mental prison, just in hopes to stall this creature, to keep him here, going anywhere.
You'll stay here. I didn't say you could leave yet.
And as it takes hold, you see as the Severin that you've been fighting, his grin, still a little bit feral, somewhat wild, loses all color. As the mental prison takes place, you see the psychic damage take effect, and it kind of like reels back, like, and there's like a little bit of a run of blood out of his nose. Then he kind of like stands still, goes monochromatic, turns to ice, and goes.
Simulacrum.
You are all now out of initiative.
Also, when mental prism goes out, we all fall out of the sky.
All fall. Ken,
You have
make me a
advantage.
dexterity
on
saving
something.
throw to try to
I'm
catch
at
air.
match.
Okay.
I'll also add bend if you need it.
With
Let me
Flash
do
of
that shit.
Genius, he's got it. As
Okay.
as the spell begins to dissipate, you feel gravity pulling you back down. You activate your boots, kick your body around, and as you see Aerith tumbling down towards the earth, you swing out and grab him by the back of his collar. He kind of like tugs against it, and his hat flitters down to the earth below. Aerith, can you give me a death save? You're not-
You got advantage.
I'm just curious. Okay. You come to consciousness in the air as Ken uses his healing or his cure wounds or item to give you 13 hit points back as you are slowly being lowered back down towards the earth.
Did we get him? Is he dead?
Well, yes and no.
What does that mean?
He died, but I don't think it was him. So I don't know if it counts.
What was he then?
Not really him?
No, it was just a dagger. Okay, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta add that plus
You know,
2 dagger to my
magic-y
inventory.
stuff. And maybe like it wasn't actually him and a created like version of him.
Could I go over and study the quote-unquote remains?
Sure. Roll me
His
an
puddle is over
Arcana
there.
check.
A what?
Arcana check. You can tell that this was at some point the pieces of an arcane construct. There's like that radiating energy, like a heat kind of billowing off of it. You've never studied a spell capable of creating a living, breathing duplicate of somebody that then turned into ice when died.
Player Aurora knows what this spell is, but Aerith does not.
Yeah.
So, fun fact,
Cannot.
when creating a simulacrum, the simulacrum has half the HP of the person.
Yeah, his simulacrum was a little beefier because Severin doesn't always play by all the rules. Just be lucky he didn't have a duplicate of the Dragon Mask, or he would have had a much higher AC and legendary resistances.
You know.
I've realized that when I guess, a lot of the times I'm right. So I didn't say anything. As soon as he showed up, I fucking knew exactly what it was when you said he didn't have the mask. And I was like, fuck. But I don't want to ruin it and say it.
Yep.
I'm just gonna sit here and eat my pickaxe with 13 HP.
As
Hey,
as you
don't feel bad, bro. I'm picking up his 3 darts with a hot 16 right now.
it was
We're all
close.
looking real good.
It was
Nick
it
is
was
fine,
Nick's fine. And as
That's all that matters.
right?
as you guys like pick yourself up, you hear a familiar voice shouting, "Is it over? I heard I heard
Oh, you're
horrible
back.
sounds. I figured I should probably know if you survived. I'm so glad to see you're all right."
Ha!
You should have gone further away. 'Cause that was, I mean, I want you to learn self-defense stuff, but that was maybe a little bit much.
Yeah, I felt like I was a football fields away. I think I was.
What's
What
football?
was that? It's a game. People play it when they're
Aerith
bored.
is just floating on his broom.
Upside down, apparently.
Upside down. Hold on, I'll make it better. There we go.
Was that
Aerith.
That's your uncle. Or a facsimile of.
That is essentially the power of one person in this cult that we are trying to destroy.
Yeah, but I think he's like the strongest one, so I wouldn't like say that he's the usual, but that is as strong as they get, apparently. Hopefully.
Most definitely.
so Dad was right. The cult's here. Shit.
Uh,
Shit.
Probably. Or at least he was.
Do you think there
Guys,
could
I
be?
don't think we should leave just yet. We need to figure out what they're doing here before we can leave. I understand
But
that
the
we were on a
Dale
mission to get to
lands.
Donald, but yeah, fuck. You're
Can
right.
we tell Takashi to take care of it?
He's currently
Gareth,
working on
can
it.
you send him and tell him that we ran into him and that things might be a little bit more dire than they were?
Within 25 words, I will
I know
relay the message to Takashi.
We fought a clone of Severin. Please be.
Be aware.
Be aware that even if it is a fake, it still hurts.
You get a response essentially of, "Severin, here? What? No, I thought I smelled cultists. Shit, worse than I thought." There's a pregnant pause. You guys want to meet?
Takashi
yeah.
asks if he wants if we want to meet up with him.
Before we leave, I guess we could. Real quick.
Yeah, we should probably at least meet him before we head back.
Yeah, I
Fair
mean,
enough.
we definitely need to heal before we head back. Also, we
Yeah.
do not need to go into the Underdark with
Just as badly
me
as we
under
were last
20.
time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm hurting bad. Koro, you need to inform the local authorities here of what happened. You need to put in some sort of petition or something to rally whatever is defined as a military here or something. I don't know.
If they have one.
We don't. It's not. We have a police force, but they're. Okay. I can go to them.
If they
Did Dad
need-
say where he wanted you to meet?
No. Arif, can you handle that?
Yes, I will send another sending and ask him where he would like to meet us.
Right. Locations. Tavern called. Oh, let's see. Hold on. Which one of these is good? I like this. The Short Rhinoceros. In the Northern Housing District.
short rhinoceros.
Oh, yes, I know. Small dive bar in one of the lower income districts of the city. Dad loves it.
Huh. Okay then.
All right. Well, if you're meeting him there, should I go with you all? Should I go get the police? Would you tell me? This is my first
You
day.
should
I've never.
get the police. We
Okay.
can't just go. We just can't, engage in our usual activities in another plane without somebody getting angry.
All right. Here. She kind of like runs up to Ken there in the park. We're gonna need to go get you a taxi to get to
Should we go
Short
back to the
Rhino.
hospital?
Yeah,
Spend
that's your
more of
call.
our money.
I mean,
It's your own money.
know. But they
Just gonna
could,
hit you with a little spell.
fix us.
If you'd like, I was going to give you all what credits I have. I've got about 1,500 on me in, currency. It's pretty much all I've got at the moment till I go to the bank. But I can do that after I speak to the police and then meet you all
Yeah,
at the Rhino.
yeah,
Sure.
please.
Okay. She gives it to Ken, so you can add 1,500 Acaronian credits.
1,500.
Let's go get you guys some help. And go meet Dad.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I'm gonna
Yes.
take the kiddos off and
Is that what a dragon? Are they normally that big? Like,
Some are bigger.
Some.
If they get
yeah.
old
Let me do a
enough.
quick. Yeah, let me do a quick calculation and see what size it was. Was it like adult size
that was an adult.
or
That was not ancient.
okay? Yeah, so that was just an adult size dragon. They can
Hilarious.
get
There's one over it.
There is
technically two.
Technically, too.
That's
They get bigger.
that's terrifying. She like looks
Yeah.
over at the patch of dead gray plant matter that's just like this whole area here where the dragon breath went off, which is just it's all just dead. I- You're going to keep those out of Acheron, right? That's why you're fighting the cults. That's why Dad said you were fighting the fight on the material plane so that we don't
Hopefully.
lose home, correct?
We're trying to stop them from destroying reality itself.
Yeah.
Good.
A lot of
And
stuff does seem to follow us though, so yeah, once we leave it'll probably be okay.
okay. All right. Well, I mean, okay. All right, let's go. This is all happening as she's like hurriedly scurrying you guys down this path. You run past two people that were out on a walk and seemed like they were like, did you hear all that noise? And then you guys scurry past covered in blood and like half dragging Aerith along on their broom. Hey, what happened here? That's very interesting. Perhaps they were experimenting with something they shouldn't have. Yes, that must have been it. It's a city of denial. There is no war in Basense.
Don't mind us. It was just a little bit. It was just a little bit of a lark. Just a quick one.
I
These are not
understand.
We're
the toys
committed
you
to the
were looking
craft.
Good. Leading you to the edge of the city, she will hail you all a taxi, telling them to take you to Everwatch Medical Clinic. And as you return 2 hours after having left, not even, maybe an hour,
Covered in blood.
covered in your own blood and half of you radiating with time magic, Koro stays behind to take her own taxi to the police HQ. And I'll meet you at the Short Rhino in, let's say 3 hours. That'll give me enough time to get money changed. And did you want any of your other currency converted to credits? Should I do any more while I'm there?
Me.
I'll hand over my 7
Well,
7 gold.
gold.
Okay. All right. So that'll be 700 credits.
Hopefully we'll be leaving somewhat soon, so I don't think we'll need a lot of money, but
All right. Well, I'll see you in a few hours then.
Yep.
Okay. And she's obviously very shaken, like rattled by everything that's just happened. It's far outside her comfort zone. You trudge yourselves into the medical clinic. The middle-aged woman who runs the counter gets up and
oh
is
my god,
shocked.
why?
What happened? You know what? We can wait to deal with. Oh my God! You are dripping all sorts of fluids all over that poor taxi driver's carriage. All right, come on. And she's going to lead the worst of you, which is Aerith and Ken and I think Oni.
Oni.
Yeah.
Yeah, only took a
I'm
little
about
bit of
half
a
in
breather
Nicholas'
with
time.
second wind, but yeah, he's still pretty hurt.
Back into
Also,
the.
I just want to point you targeted the two people with the time breath that are like already out of time as it is. The only way it could have been funnier is if you'd also caught Nick, because that would have been the three people that are like hundreds of years old, you know?
Right. Well, that was like I love the aesthetic of it that it ages, but all it does is it does like a modified version of slow to you. It doesn't actually age you. It's weird. I don't know if
Yes,
the
You
ancient
just caught two of us that have
the immortal people with time level.
the one the two people that got hit were the ones that have probably the most distorted grasp on time already, you know?
right.
So it's fine.
Oh man. I loved it. As soon as I saw the art and saw the stat block, I was like, I have to run this. How can I run this? And then I think it was like 2 days later, you guys ended up in Acheron, and I was like, what the fuck do I do in Acheron? And then I was like, can I put my chocolate with my peanut butter? I think I
Sure, why
can.
not?
I'm just sad that True Polymorph has a CR cap, and you can't True Polymorph it, so you have to be a CR or lower than what you are. So I
Yeah.
had to choose the one that wasn't CR 27.
If you do that, right, like the way True Polymorph works, could you have a simulacrum turn into something like the full duration so it actually becomes that? Does it stop being a simulacrum at that point?
No, it's
Like a
still
normal person would?
It's still a simulacrum, but it's a simulacrum, and that's now its native shape. Because a simulacrum is indistinguishable from what it was created from until it dies, at which point it turns back into snow or ice or whatever it was crafted from and falls apart. But he was bleeding, he was sweating, he was cursing.
Yeah, a
Seventh
simulacrum
level
is
magic.
essentially a direct clone of, the caster. Or
Yeah,
whoever
I know,
it's
but
supposed to copy.
But I'm asking because, True Polymorph, if you last that duration, you literally become that thing, you know? I was just wondering, does it stop being a simulacrum?
No, I don't think it would. I think it would still be a simulacrum, but it would also now be that thing. All right, so dropping you guys off. Actually, let's pick up at the medical clinic at the beginning of next game, because I think that'll be good as you guys head to the Short Rhinoceros to meet up with your previous ally, former intern, who I believe became a full member of the Wanderers of Starlight.
I'm gonna say yeah.
Yeah,
I can say
think
yes.
that's a good point. Cool.
Also,
I meant to have
Mia.
Severin make an intern joke about you guys, because he was going to, like, when you were casting all the spells, he was going to look at you and be like, "Don't worry, interns, I'll deal with you soon as well." But I forgot. And then he didn't have a chance because he got gangbanged. He was trying to plane shift back because you know what's really cool, and this is the win for you guys. A simulacrum doesn't share its experience with the person that it recreates.
It's its own fucking
yeah.
person.
It's its own person.
That's
It has
good, at
to
least.
get back and share that knowledge in person. So by stopping him from leaving, Severin doesn't know what happened.
Yeah.
All he knows is that the simulacrum is gone.
That's it.
Right.
So
He
I
doesn't
don't want
know
you guys
that,
thinking
I
that
guess.
this
real
wasn't a
hang-up.
victory. This was a victory.
The hang up here is in character knowing that he's able to make a simulacrum now. Oni's aware that he's been doing this thing in the Dalelands for like decades at this point. There's no telling how many simulacrums he has, or if that one we saw in the March was even the real him, you know?
And before you close, can you roll me an Arcana check? Because I know Aerith
Yes,
rolled one,
sir.
but he rolled a 17. I want to see if you're familiar with this spell. It's a little higher for an artificer, a little higher DC. 20.
Is there any way I can help at all?
You can
Flash of
roll one as
Genius?
well.
Knowing magic stuff?
You want to use Flash? Or
I'll use
did you want to
Charge
roll
Flame.
one?
Fine.
You'll use it?
Yeah, I'll
Because
use
like,
it.
cause like out of character, I know that when you do it, you know, you can't have more than one going, but that doesn't stop him from popping them up, you know.
Right.
So like now that we know he can do it, we have no idea if he's ever actually been
He could also
near us.
simulacrum the simulacrum.
You
Because
could
he
simulacrum a
casted-
simulacrum, but
Yeah.
Okay, just
I
throw
don't
a
like
wrench
it.
into it. Now, now we're even paranoid.
with the 25, with your Flash of Genius, Ken, you know that a simulacrum, a person can only have one simulacrum in existence. And I'm going to go ahead and state that in my D&D games, a simulacrum cannot create a simulacrum.
Okay.
It's because that's a slippery slope, because he's been given,
Yeah.
like Earth just said, decades. He could have an army of Severins all created by other simulacrums out there. At most, you'll ever have to deal with one simulacrum live and potentially clones, because you know clones can exist as well. You dealt with that with, I think you did, with Thune, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Fuck.
B. Hell yeah.
Hey, well, we stopped him here, so fuck you, Severin.
Yep.
Right.
And whatever he was doing here, you stopped, because he opted to try to figure out what you guys were doing here.
What are these nerds doing in these neck of the woods? Let me get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, I'm gonna fight them for a little bit, see how strong they've gotten, and then run away. And the second part didn't go so well, but
I'm
that's
gonna
fine.
fight them for a little while.
I
We
was
can almost kill them, but
prepared.
oh good lord, they're hitting hard. These
was-
these boys got hands.
I was like waiting for him to cast a spell to like teleport away or something. That was gonna be a like counter spell, but then I got knocked out.
Then you were dead.
I was trying to stay far enough away from you, and I already had a plan to counterspell your counterspell. I was also hoping to be able to subtle spell the plane shift to get home, but
No, fuck you.
they're like, "Oh dear, 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 we'll have bandages for you in the back. Come on, we'll get you all set up in a nice shared little suite. We got beds for everyone, and we'll get some doctors to attend to you." Oh my, I
Nicholas
haven't
is
seen
just in
wounds
the
like
waiting
this
room
in
reading a
decades.
magazine.
Yeah. Don't worry, everybody. I'll keep my eyes open out here. Flips open the newspaper and just
Falls asleep
buries his
immediately.
nose in it.
And he immediately dozes off.
Oh boy. All right.
I'm glad we kept Nick away from it though, because
Yeah, I'm trying.
I was waiting. I was like, hit him, hit him, deal some damage, because
No.
that's it. When he takes damage, he can use reactive rend to perform an attack in response to taking damage.
Scared.
And I was gonna reactive rend him. I was gonna just. That was 3d10 plus 7, and then like 2d10 force damage or something.
That is all his
2d8.
health.
It was 2d8 and 2d8, so it was 4d8 plus 7 total.
He's only got like 40.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's why we got all covered for each other.
I kind of have a
Jesus.
rule that I try to abide by, and that's like, unless you guys particularly mess up piloting another person's character, I'm not going to try to kill them when they're not here. It seems a bit, I don't know, distasteful. Oh my god.
I
guys
don't know.
wanna
You
see
were
the
pretty
art?
close when I wasn't here for the Ascalon fight.
Yeah, I knocked you out. Ascalon wasn't trying to kill you guys. He tried to kill Rose. I will give him that. He stopped trying not to kill Rose. He didn't try to kill Rose. He just stopped trying not to.
The second Rose put the mask on, dead ass in front of the guy who's like, I'm gonna kill everybody that touches anything close to this stuff. It was a bad sign.
I got scared. It was fine.
Our boy has
I don't
four.
like
I haven't actually looked at Nick's sheet. I didn't open it. This man only has 46 HP on him at any given time.
Hourglasses.
I think I might give him an extra couple con. I think it's just a little too dumped. But it's funny, and so
Definitely funny.
it's funny. It's funny.
It hasn't been him in the ass yet. We've got a relatively good balanced squad of people that are like up in the face of things.
Yeah.
That it's not as easy to target the backline. I mean, it does still happen, obviously, but
I thought he was
it's fine for now.
I thought he's fine.
No, it was the -2 because I rolled two of his hit die, so it took 2 off of it.
Ah, I see.
But
I see.
yeah,
he just rolled really poorly.
Yeah.
When he rolled for his hit points.
Yeah. He's an old man. He's just doing his best with these young whippersnappers. Oh, man. Well, fortunately, this means that for the rest of the month, Kyle should be good, because it's only every 1 week a month.
Thank you.
He's got drill.
Yeah, he's got drills. Or, I mean, I guess there could be a deployment, but that's
miss
very
that.
rare, right?
That shit sucked.
But yeah, let me change your map. I guess you guys are on Acron City map. Is there?
I got a question, like retroactively. Because the Bahamut's freedom, it like absorbs those normal elements.
Mm-hmm.
Can it absorb the time wind now that we've interacted and been hit by it moving forward? Like,
no, unfortunately, unfortunately, Bahamut's the father of metallic dragons, and so your resistances come from metallics. The time dragons, the crystal dragons, and the chromatics all have their own. The time dragons technically don't have any god associated with them. They're just a force of nature.
They just are.
Severin wasn't really a time dragon. He just has seen one, so he turned into it. But unfortunately the artifacts only the sword was a exception because of its absorbing of the souls for necrotic and radiant, and that was strictly from the
aspect of Bahamut and the
Ascalon himself. Yeah. So it's not merely interacting, you know. This force damage is you gotta be careful with giving people resistance to force damage. That's my brain.
Well, the thing doesn't give resistance. It's just like it can it just takes one time. It's not like a repeated use either.
Unfortunately, the evolution of Ken's sword is kind of tied to Ken being Ken, having that Ken energy. Energy, as you would.
Kenergy.
But, I mean, when are you going to see another one? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't even know when we're going to see. We know of, 2 other regular dragons, so it might come up at some point that it can get a use out of it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you still have Elzrin, the Shattering Light, the Blue Great Worm to deal with, and Malachi, whose title I don't remember. Hold on one second.
The angry bitch.
Yeah.
I guess the only real question is, are we gonna, is it in the plans to run into them before Eodos is back, or will Eodos be back for that stuff?
I think Elzrin should come in before Eodos. Actually, it probably be... Yeah, Elzrin... It depends on you guys, honestly. But I plan on Elzrin before Eodos would come back, and then... I haven't thought about Malachi yet. I haven't looked that far ahead. I look like 4 steps ahead and start doing rough plans from there. But I hear you, and I'll keep it in mind. You guys want to fight more elemental dragons? I get it. I get it. I feel it. I wish.
More
Or
I
no,
just
dragons.
load into
what'd
I
you
just
say?
load into 14, turn right, and I see. I was about to say, I just load into 14. I turn left, and I just see Murph cranking 90s in the gold saucer.
Yeah.